Oh, I need to send out messages that I'm live, don't I? Hello, how are y'all? Stormflyer, Mary and Ron, good to see you. Do that. I'm too lazy to do anything more than that. Hope everyone's doing okay. My dinner like just showed up, so I'm still kind of eating, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna start it this time. How's everybody doing? Working on the basing for your initial Daughters of Cain? Nice, 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 nice. Hey, XFM, good to see you. I was gonna start the stream like 3 hours ago, but you can blame Scion. He sent me a new VTuber, and whenever someone sends me new VTubers, that ends up usually derailing my entire day. Heart of Full Metal. I'm always so excited to see a Full Metal Alchemist fan. Best show of all time. Hope everyone's doing okay. So I'm just kind of eating here. Let's just kind of go look around and see if any of these fates have spawned. Just because they're the only thing that, like, you have to get kind of lucky to see them. So you want to check to see if they're active every once in a blue moon. It's not going to be the main thrust of what we're doing today. Like, my goal is to get one trial done today. Reaching South Tide Gate. It's gauging South Tide Gate. Imagine breaching the follow-up quest to that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the previous fate is gauging South Tide Gate. Though, breaching says that a failed attempt by the garrison at South Tide Gate to drive back a party of scouts has led to a breach. So, don't I have to let it fail? Or do I have to let it succeed? Because doesn't gauging South Tide Gate, doesn't it have to be a failure to activate breach? Am I crazy? Or does it not matter? Because it just says the next one is the one that I need. So I can just watch lording over them from the skies. After you get caught up on One Piece, you might try Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's really good. Just stand there after you beat it. Oh, okay, so I do need to beat it. Alright. Well, maybe not need to, but I should. Well then, let me pause eating for a moment. And deal with these silly goose beastmen. I will say, if you want to get the ultimate Full Metal Alchemist experience, I would actually recommend watching the 2003 series first, which is just Full Metal Alchemist. But I would watch the 2003 anime first and then watch Brotherhood. Because the one bad thing about Brotherhood is that there were a lot of really good episodes that unfortunately don't make it into the Brotherhood series because they just kind of rehash the exact same episodes that appeared in the 2003. So Brotherhood just kind of assumes that you've seen 2003. Like, you don't have to see it for all the context, but you miss out on like a lot of the experience if you don't watch 2003. Now we wait. Oh, that was quick. I mean, 2003 is a very different experience once you get like deep into the show, but it starts off pretty much the exact same. Though there are a lot of differences. But 2003 is a really good show. It's just very different. I think Brotherhood is an overall better experience, but they're both very good in their own right. Nice. Well, I love how easy that was. I listened to Be My Honey and I cannot stop. I have no... What? Bro, that's just... You literally just spewed gibberish at me. Oh, it's a song. Okay. What are your favorite animes, chat? Heroes of the Second. I don't think I've even heard of that one. Oh yeah, yeah, it just spawns. Okay. Well, it is currently not active. So let's check for air supply in North Shroud. Yu Yu Hakusho? Man, there's a callback. That one was a while ago. Air supply. Nope. All right, perfect. Okay, cool. So now I can just enjoy myself, sit here and eat my food. Garden of Sinners? I haven't even heard of that one. One Piece. One Piece is very long. I tried watching it. It was too long. I got to, I got all the way to the end of Crocodile's storyline. Or, like, Luffy beating Crocodile at the end of that arc. And then in, like, the transition between that arc and the next one, I was like, I can't do this. It just felt like he was rehashing a lot of the same ground. Tried Delicious in Dungeon? I need to watch Delicious in Dungeon. That looks right up my alley. Yeah, One Piece definitely strikes me as one of those shows that could, like, they could really do a redo of the series to, like, cut out all the fat and make it a much better watching experience. Spy X Family? I need to watch that. I saw, like, a movie's coming out for it, or just came out for it. It's pretty cool. And to be clear, for today, we are going to be doing some main story quests today. Right now, I'm literally just, like, allowing myself to look for these fates that I need while I'm snacking on pizza. Because I'm eating dinner. So we're just kind of keeping, like, a loose eye on things. In a Legend of Total War video, he was talking about if lizardmen have buttholes. Do lizardmen have buttholes? Yes. They do consume food, and they do produce waste. So, yes, they would have buttholes. Or an appropriate equivalent. You want it? You don't have to take it if you don't want it. funny enough, the one type of creature that hypothetically wouldn't have buttholes would actually be demons. Because a lot of their bodies do not, don't work the way that, like, regular bodies work, because they're immaterial things that are bound to a material form. And the way that we perceive and imagine them often dictates what they actually look like. So because of that, they might not actually have, like, functioning body systems. Or their body systems might work in really horrific, bizarre ways. But they also might. You never know. I want to point out that it takes a particular amount of depravity for pretty much all of chat when the conversation of buttholes comes up, to instead of being like, oh yeah, well Nurgle obviously would, because Nurgle is like the god of, like, you know, doing that, and there's even animations in game of Greater Demons of Nurgle crapping on people. Everyone in chat goes, oh well, Slaanesh, right? Obviously it'd be Slaanesh. Oh, air supply's up. Hey. Let's pause eating for a moment to go do air supply. Bunch of fucking degenerates. I get it though. I'm not gonna go any further with that, but I get it. Do demons have sexual urges? Many of them do. Yeah. When demons come to reality, they are often able to experience sensations and things that just don't exist within the ether. Like when they come to our world, or the Warhammer Fantasy world more accurately, it is an opportunity for them to essentially experience reality and all the good and the bad that comes with that. But to them, it's addicting. So for them, that means the ability to have sex, the ability to feel pain, the ability to experience time, to feel hunger, to feel desire, and all of the things that make life what it is. The thing, because the ether doesn't have that, not really. You know, it is a place that is timeless, and also doesn't really have like a concept of space or like time moving in a linear fashion. However, when they come into our world, they're bound by the laws of our world. But that also means they get to experience the benefits of our world, or the material world. So when demons come over here, the ability to have desire, whether that be sexual desire, or hunger, or anything along those lines, is a big part of the experience for them. And why many demons don't want to go back. Like, demons don't want to die. Because if they die, that means that they go back to the immaterial. You know, they go back to the realm of chaos, or the ether, where those things don't really truly exist. Which they think is a bit of a bummer. Demons are just emotions given form in fantasy, right? Not necessarily. Some are, but many are not. It depends on the demon. Most of the, like, demons that you know from, like, Warhammer Fantasy, so, like, from Total War Warhammer, they are fragments of their gods that have been split off and given some sort of function or purpose, many of whom purely exist to fulfill said purpose, which is why demons have something like true names, where demons have true names because they are the living embodiment of a concept or a purpose or a sensation. So some of them can quite literally just be embodiments of emotions, but that's probably going to be like some pretty minor, lesser demons. If you're talking about like greater demons, they're often going to be significantly more complex than that. Like they're gonna be substantially more than just emotions. Way more complicated. But many demons might represent like a specific dream or an idea or all sorts of other things, because it's complicated is the best way I could put it. I hate this one. The airstones on this mission spawn so slowly. Like, this is probably one of the worst fates in the game because it's so fucking slow. And you just have to run around waiting for them to respawn. Because you don't get anything for killing the baddies. You only get stuff for killing or breaking the stones. And I don't think there's a way to force spawn them. I guess we could try killing a whole bunch of these guys and see if it causes more to spawn. Maybe if we kill a bunch of dudes, they'll make new ones come out. Well, this one's not a gather quest, because you're not picking up the airstones, you're destroying the airstone. It's a very specific thing, which is really dumb, and I hate it. If it was a regular gather quest, it'd be fine, actually. So, like, we're basically trying to get a specific enemy type to spawn, the enemy type being a literal box on the ground. Okay, now I'm getting credit for killing the Ehcatl, so, alright. I don't know why now it's doing that, but whatever, I'll take it. If enemies are marked, it'll give you progress? Okay, well maybe, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I am getting progress, so. Maybe you just have to wipe out all the airstones first? Alright, there we go. Cool, and now I can just go hang out in South Thanalan and enjoy the rest of my food while we wait for the last one we need to spawn. Delightful. I do think Slash Demons are pigeonholed meme-wise into sex only. Yeah, I mean, because it's kind of one of those things that it's really easy for people to understand. And it's something that causes like a big knee-jerk reaction in a lot of people. So for instance, if you get a group of people together, especially like Western folk who grow up like in America or just other parts of the world, that especially if they had like really Christian-leaning backgrounds, and you say to them, "Oh, yeah, this is a god of depravity and excess," what their brain is going to hear you say is they're going to hear you say sexual deviancy. Because especially in America, America has a really long history of being heavily influenced by puritanical ideals, which just fucking sucks because it's dumb. Because, yeah, Slaanesh is just so much more than that. I mean, Slaanesh is truly excess. It's just because of the way that, you know, the West kind of views sex, that ends up being like the easiest thing that we go, oh, excess. When really, it's more about perfectionism, art, music, sensation, drugs, escapism, and a lot of other things that are more realistically damaging. Greed. Slanesh followers who revel in the excess of putting inordinate amounts of hot sauce on everything. I mean, you joke, but yeah. I mean, people who pursue eating like the hottest shit possible because it gives them that high, it gives them that like deep sensation of enjoyment through pain. That's very Slaneshi. If you are a hot sauce hoe, you are big time Slanesh. If you have a perfectionist streak, you are big time Slanesh. If you struggle with addiction of any kind, whether that's an addiction to caffeine or alcohol or sex or collecting you know, all of the favorite merchandise of your favorite K-pop band, if you're like what my sister used to be into, or obsessing over your favorite VTuber idol, or any of those other things. Slash, you are full Slanesh. Do the big four Chaos Gods have true names? Hypothetically, yes. Because they are etheric entities, they should have a true name. However, theirs would probably be unfathomably long and complex. Hot Ones are a secret Slaneshi cult? Of course Hot Ones is a Slaneshi cult. Think about it. They're constantly pursuing the hottest sensations, right? They're constantly pursuing that mix of pleasure and pain. And the whole point of Hot Ones is to lure people on and use extreme pain and pleasure to get them to reveal their secrets, to pry knowledge away from them. Sean, the host of Hot Ones, is basically a keeper of secrets. Like, it is the Slanesh show. Like, you can make art of Nakari inviting people onto Hot Ones to torture them with hot sauces and then giving them, cooing over them and giving them praise and making them feel good and accomplished for surviving all of that pain. Meanwhile, he's asking them all sorts of questions to learn all of their secrets and things about them. Like, that's as Slanesh as it gets. Dude, I'm James. I don't like this. Because that's always been one of the funny things to me, is a lot of people think, like, oh, Tzeentch is like the god of knowledge. Like, Tzeentch is all about knowing everything. And that's not actually true. Like, Slanesh is actually more of a god of knowledge than Tzeentch is. Tzeentch is a god of, like, fate, manipulation, chance, and magic. But he's actually not really knowledge. That's actually far more in Slanesh's ballpark. Like, the profoundly uncomfortable thing about encountering a Slanesh demon and being talked to by a Slanesh demon or a really powerful Slanesh champion is that they often know you so intimately that it will fuck with your head. Like, they know all of your secrets. They know your desires. They know your shames. They know your compulsions. Like, they know you. Which is what makes fighting them really fucking hard and really scary for people. Because you're dealing with an entity that is talking to you, and he's not just like, it's not just spewing random bullshit at you. It's very intimate.
Cheered. AX300. The real question is, which of the 4 Chaos Gods would have the biggest claim on Lalorfell souls?
Well, Lalafells are little fucking bastards who just cause chaos and misery around them at all times. But I would say because of the chaos and distortion that they cause around them, they'd probably be Zinchian. Yeah, Hagen, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Zinj wants to know things worth knowing. Slanesh wants to know everything. I think that's a good way to think of it. Man, are y'all excited for Lorebeards this Sunday? Oh, there it is. Heroes of the Second. Nom, nom. Ronnie! Fly! Fly, my precious! Still farming those horrible books? Yes. However, we are going to get a good bit of story quest done today. Just been doing this though. I've also been doing the Ehcatl 9 quest, which we're actually pretty close to being done. We only have one more stage that we're able to do, because I'm at Reputation 5 with the Ehcatl, or the Ehcatl. So we're almost done with them, which is very exciting. This is a very random thought. Like, forgive me. This is like a super random brain bug. But is anyone else kind of like a little irritated with fantasy games and stuff growing up that made you think that like archers are like supposed to be like little thin femboy looking dudes or whatever? And then when you actually do any like real life observation of archers, like, you realize that in order for archers to make any sense and to function, they have to be, like, insanely fucking ripped. Like, just hulked with muscle. Because otherwise they, like, just couldn't draw the arrows. And it's like, I've been lied to. I've been lied to this entire time. Everything I've been told is a lie. Yeah, Fire Emblem, yes. I was thinking specifically of Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem's like, look at these little twink archers. And you're like, oh, okay. And then you get into real life and go, I've been deceived.
Mr. Pig 1627 cheered. X1000.
Hey!
Here's to celebrating the longest beard in my life, my granddad, growing even longer at 97. Hoping however long left stays in good health.
Mr. Pig, that's a wonderful message. I'm glad you you're able to have such a good relationship that you can comfortably and happily support your elder as is proper. I hope that your grandfather continues to live in good health and continues to do well and feel good and is living life to the fullest. So thank you for the 1,000 bits. I really super appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. Yeah, let's get some good vibes in the chat for Mr. Pig. I need to make like a good vibe emote. It's a trope created by skinny guys to give them something to do. I mean, there is something that being an archer, being tall is very helpful. Like being able to have like, you know, really long arms, and being tall allows you to use like larger bows, which is really important and good. Because you have like a wider range of motion that your body can rely on. You know, if you're a little short stack, it's a little, bows are quite a bit harder to make good use of. Have I played Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, and Radiant Dawn? Yes. Pretty sure. I mean, my favorite one is Fate. Hey, Aurelia, what's up? How you doing? I hope you had a good time with all of your, hold on. When VTubers show up, I like to be smart about making sure I can see them easily. Don't move! You stay right fucking there. Don't let her move, chat. Hold on. Also, can we get a shout out for Aurelia? She just started her journey through Warhammer Fantasy and is learning all about it, which is very exciting. Where are you? There you are. Boop. Okay, now you're easy to see. Oh geez, that was on Twitch. Oh god. It's harder on YouTube. Wow, whatever. Hold on. Let me... Yeah, I have your marriage to Sanguinia's stream right here on my third screen.
Hello.
In preparation for when I get off stream, because I'm gonna go watch that. Make sure to go follow them. Check them out. She's also on Twitch. Oh god. I don't know your Twitch name off the top of my head. I just had it up. But y'all know it is always important for us to support people beginning their Warhammer Fantasy journeys. So make sure you go follow her and also subscribe to her on the YouTubes. Here we go.
You've probably been here for like 2 hours.
Oh Jesus. So, okay, open where I left that stream. I was like, okay. There you go. Yeah, awesome, great. Anywho, yeah, I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a fun time. Who wouldn't want to marry Sanguinius? I don't know. He seems like he's got anger problems. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that much about him. Dude, listen. Literally all I know about Sanguinius is that he's like hardcore pretty boy, can kind of see the future, at least to some good extent, won a good amount of fights, has angel wings, which I don't know if that's ever explained, that he's just got this crazy mutation, and then he fights Horus, and according to the updated Horus Heresy lore, apparently just didn't do anything to Horus. Like, he just dies. Because I think in the original version of the story, wasn't it that Sanguinius, like, did something to Horus to like let the Emperor beat him, and then in the new lore they were like, ah, yeah, no, Sanguinius just gets his shit rocked. But that being said, I do know a lot of people adore him. I'm curious if they're gonna bring him back in 40k. Like I don't follow 40k that much. It hangs out in the periphery. So I'm actually usually pretty well aware of what's going on in 40k just because it's over there, and it's loud enough that it's hard for me to ignore. But yeah, interestingly, I would guess that probably the closest characters to Sanguinius may well end up being Li Dao. I'm thinking, but we'll have to see. Oh, actually, Aurelia, since you're here, I would like to introduce you to someone. Very important. I would like you to meet... This is Sadie. Sadie, what are you doing? Hey. What are you doing, big girl? She says, I'm laying down all your wires, which is my favorite place. You being a good girl? Yeah? I'm tired. Yeah, sleepy. We had, I invited, there's a guy at the dog park whose dog gets along with her really well. So I invited them over and they came over yesterday. But yeah, so this is Sadie. She's my sweet pupper. She's made a little bit of a mess over here. I need to pick up because she was eating stuff over there. She left crumbs everywhere. But, yeah. She's my sweet pup. She is not yet my last dog, who passed away a few years ago now. Chloe is actually canonically in the Warhammer Fantasy universe now, which is wonderful. Sandy's not yet, but maybe one day. She looks sweet, but she has the blood of many squirrels in her hands. Only one squirrel, but yes. I apologize to everyone once again that things are moving a little slowly at the moment. I'm kind of just enjoying my dinner. It's actually specifically Aurelia's fault because I was going to start streaming 3 hours ago, but then Sion was like, "Hey, look, a VTuber's learning about fantasy," and I was like, "Oh!" Got distracted in that stream for hours. How'd that happen? So. I do a lot of work with Creative Assembly, which is the company behind Total War Warhammer, and I've been involved in the Warhammer community for like 20... How old am I? I'm 32, so about 22 years-ish. And when they were doing one of the DLCs, they made a Lizardman character that's a cameo appearance of me and my dog Sadie, or Chloe, sorry, not you, the other one, which is is a starting hero in one of the campaigns. But yeah, I'm glad you had a really good time. Warhammer Fantasy is super awesome, and it's going through a lot of really interesting developments at the moment because about in around, let's see, it was about 2013, I want to say. 2013, 2014, Warhammer Fantasy died. Like, Games Workshop completely killed off the setting. And then a couple of years after that, they brought out Age of Sigmar, which was the sequel to the setting. And then only last year, Warhammer Fantasy came back. It came back to life because it was so popular, mostly thanks to Total War Warhammer and Vermintide 2 and a couple of other projects. It was so popular that Games Workshop was like, ah, shit, we gotta bring it back. So it's returned now as Warhammer The Old World. So for the first time in many years, we're getting like new books and stuff. So like this is the new Greenskin book that just came out, which is really fun. So it's exciting times to be a Warhammer fan. Between the video games and the novels and the books and everything, it's a good time. Yeah, we also have a really, really good roleplay series as well. If you're ever interested in role-playing, the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay system is very, very fun. It's very good. It actually dates back a really long time, too. It's one of the oldest tabletop RPGs, and the really famous campaign, which is called The Enemy Within, was one of the most famous tabletop RPG roleplay games for a long time, because it came out back in the 80s, though it recently got a re-release with like updates and stuff for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, which was really nice. Brother Ed, just passed your medical terminology class. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats. That sounds like it was probably really fucking difficult. Huge congrats. Very well done. Big ups to you. Okay, I think I am done eating. So I think what we're gonna do for this is we're gonna do a chunk of main story. So we're gonna do like a nice little chunk of storyline. And then after that, we're gonna turn our attention over to the some Ehcatl 9 quests. We'll also keep an eye out on our book. So like if we're in an area, just because of our quest, that we can hunt down some stuff, then we will go ahead and do so. So like here's a good example of that. Both the Zaharak and the Tempered Gladiators and the Zaharak Archers can be found in this area. So we're gonna go hunt those down, kill them real quick, and then we're gonna focus on the main story quest. So we're just gonna kind of do things as we're wandering through the zones. How many quests do you have until the next trial? I have no idea. Probably not a ton. Well, actually, no. Probably a decent amount. I just beat Leviathan. Like, Leviathan was fairly recent, story-wise. We're like only a few. Like, we're in the storyline that's dealing heavily with the refugee crisis, and that the refugees are rioting in Ulda. So it's revolving somewhere around that. I am going. Wait, no, I'm not in southern. Where am I? Oh, I'm in central Thanalan. Also, hold on. Do I need anything from central Thanalan? No. No. Okay, so no, we have nothing to do here. Okay, so let's just go on to the storyline. Oh, asking if you want to know. No, I don't need to know that. I'm not too worried. You just got into Warhammer from D&D. Awesome. Yeah, so really, as someone with D&D, you may find it amusing to know that actually what Warhammer Fantasy started off at. So Warhammer Fantasy is the original setting, right? It goes, Games Workshop made Warhammer Fantasy first, and that was just Warhammer. And then later they made a game called Rogue Trader, which would evolve into Warhammer 40,000. So Warhammer 40,000 is kind of the little brother of Warhammer Fantasy. And then after Warhammer Fantasy blew up in the 2010s, they came up with Age of Sigmar, which was the sequel to Warhammer Fantasy. And now we're in the Old World as of last year, which brought back Warhammer Fantasy, but it's called the Old World now. But one of the things that's really interesting about the start of Warhammer Fantasy back in 1983 is that the way it actually started was that Games Workshop, which had a mini producing company called Citadel Miniatures, the whole thing that started is that they were a company that sold historical minis for historical tabletop battle games. So like, you know, World War I or just various conflicts throughout history. But they also printed and sold D&D minis. So this led to them going, okay, let's come up with a game where you can take all of the D&D minis we have and also all of the historical battle minis we have and just play them in the same game. Like, let's just throw all that shit into a mixing pot and do the exact same thing. And this resulted in the very first version of Warhammer Fantasy. And then as the game evolved through the decades, it stopped being like a direct copycat of all of those things and started eventually to evolve into its own thing. But this is why there's a kind of a goofy aspect to Warhammer Fantasy where it's this weird hodgepodge of historical concepts and fantasy concepts, because that's literally what it is that Games Workshop basically stole everybody else's IP and just threw it into a big pot and was like, look, we made something original. They could not have gotten away with that in the modern age, but back then, obviously, things were easier before the internet. So, that's why there's quite a few, like, really famous creatures that exist within Warhammer Fantasy that show up in a lot of other settings. People go, wait, like, in that... a good example, like, if you look at the Slann, right? So the Slann are the big fat toad guys that float on the chairs that lead the lizardmen. Now they're quite distinct. But if you go back and look at the original version of the Slann, they were basically just frogmen. Like, they were just, like, human frogs, right? Like, you take a man and a frog and you slap them together and you got yourself a Slann. And they were literally just ripped off the Slade, I think is what they're called, which are a D&D thing. Because they had D&D minis of frogmen, so they just made a whole race of frogmen, which were Slann. But then as the editions carried on, the Slann evolved into something distinct and became very, very different. So there's all sorts of goofy things in the history of Warhammer Fantasy about how its roots burrow back to history and D&D. Now, most of those things have evolved into very legally distinct, shall we say, concepts and ideas, and they've made a really, really beautiful universe out of it, sometimes by accident. But some of them, some of the older minis have not quite, haven't been updated in a long time, so they still have, like, they still wear their inspiration on their sleeves. So, like, one of the things we were talking about, so I run a podcast on Sundays with a writer, like a GW writer, and we have a really good time with it. Which is called Lorebeards, where you can learn anything and everything you would ever want to learn about Warhammer Fantasy. It's a really, really, I think it's a great podcast. But I'm also super biased. But one of the things we talked about this past Sunday was a character known as Ehcatl the Denied, who I'll bring up on screen here. And if you're really familiar with D&D stuff, you may notice that she basically just looks like a creature from D&D. She's literally just practically stolen from the setting. Because this design was from back when that was kind of Games Workshop strategy, is that they would see really cool minis and they would kind of just make a background for them and change them a little bit to make them a little more legally distinct. But if you change it to, but she is likely going to be reappearing in some new upcoming stuff and will likely get a pretty heavy redesign to make her a little more unique. But, yeah, just some random fun facts. Random fun facts. All right. Former writer. Yes, sorry, not current writer, but former writer. Who am I talking to? I am talking to Aurelia Tempress, who I spammed some links for earlier. She's a really cool VTuber that just started learning about Warhammer Fantasy stuff. She's hanging out in YouTube chat, so I was just rambling. All right, let's get into whatever I'm doing here. Let's see. And what brings you here, adventurer? Search for refugees? Well, then, you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees. Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that. Like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Cool. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take it that this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. Aurelia, have a good one. Thanks so much for coming by. It was great to see you. Hope you have a wonderful evening, and I hope to see you around. You haven't the foggiest idea of what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He will explain everything. Okay. Oh, great. Wallafels. My favorite. Ah! Don't hurt me! I'm not one of them! I beg your pardon? You're not a flame, I see. If Leofric bids you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. 12 be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic's spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed? Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now, he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I've no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Terrified refugee. Oh, what are you doing? Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together, then you'd be here with me. Be here to soothe me. Why? Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Slash say soothe. Oh, whoops. Slash soothe. I'm gonna raise my hands at you. Soothingly. Who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true, I followed the merchant. May the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting. And then everyone was fighting. And the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh gods! The other group! They're still out there! If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was! The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deeds themselves. A pox on all bloody sellswords! They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent us with vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said that our cause was righteous and that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. Though, if they were forced to confront reality, that's it! Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that their strongest warriors are no match for one man. Then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. That's actually not a bad idea. Very panicked gentleman. Hey, Attila, what's up? Mr. Pig, hello, hello. Judum Janes, is Takala technically still a woman? Does she have lady bits? Yes, because... Not to be super gross, I'm just relaying the lore to you that canonically she uses her, her excretions from that particular region to make a powerful elixir that she uses to dominate people. Seven hells, they found us! Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point! So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. Okay. Oh, bro, you sent a Lalafell after me? That's not smart. We can take him! No, you can't. Bro, I've literally killed gods already. You should never have come here! Oh no, he's got the Skyrim bandit banter. I mean, I don't necessarily feel morally great about whooping the shit out of refugees, but, you know. How many are you? Shield wrapping swordsman and saber rattling swordsman. Hopefully I'm just, like, injuring these people and not killing them. Because they've been, like, misled. You beat him like it was nothing. Oh, almighty, what are we gonna do now? Well, that was easy. You've returned! Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone's Throw to recruit others. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in Stone's Throw, but that was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they've had, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him! Convince him to cease his mad quest, as it will surely lead us to ruin. I think I can manage that. Where the hell is Stone's Throw? Oh, it's like way down there. Oh, da dee da 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 dee dum. Same box. That is fucking. That is a little. Ah, it's pretty dark. Pretty dark. Oh lordy. Aha, it's sad because it's true. Alright, we got Ella here. Where's the merchant? Have you seen my parents? Gibberish. Oh, that's a little boy. I think. They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon. But it's been days. They left with the man from Ulda. The man they said they were going to change everything. Make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry. And I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for someone stirring up trouble. You mean, the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look, over there. I think that's him. Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? He's about to have an oh shit moment. You! Oh fuck! He's getting away! Go get him, mister! Just take the spear, just... Ah! That's why I've been putting so much effort into Gibolg. So I can just hurl it like a... just fucking javelin of the heavens. Mr. Merchant, where are you hiding? There you are. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorized the streets of Old Dar? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations? None! No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. Bro, I will beat your face in. For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things that you claim. Surely you don't think I'd give a Queequeran's ass about politics? It was business. Only business. Uh-oh. We both know I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I should tell you everything. Man's about to get sniped. Oh! It's a fucking huge arrow. What's all this commotion? 7 hells! Why do they have plate armored... Why do they have Ironbreaker Lalafels here? Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Murder mysteries. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. I understand why the narrative doesn't let you have, like, your narrative abilities, but it would be so funny if the assassin's like, haha, and shoots the bow, and as he's walking away, he just sees the main character, like, on this mount, just, like, tearing through the air towards him, just like, oh, fuck! Oh my god, he's so fast! If only. Man, Rod, you could ban that silver bot. That's a bot, that's not a person. What news, Dalcarius? Where's the merchant? He's dead, bro. Murdered! Damn it all to the 7th hell! He was not simply murdered, Dalcarius, he was silenced. Too many knew his face, he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realized. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of our investigation. Master Alphado has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Gotta go see the Queen. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. Come on, voice acting.
Commander Swift
Yes.
has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Oh, I'm sitting in a chair.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the Calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
Oh, great.
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Ehcatl.
Ehcatl. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
'Cause money!
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations.
Right, this is the PvP zone.
In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Ehcatl proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless, bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
Omega?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon.
Ah, great.
Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
This has Asian fingerprints all over
Power
it.
enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
We should hang him.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
You want me to just kind of...
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
Do y'all not have
It would
guards?
seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Do y'all not have guards stationed on every door? What? I like how for most of the characters, the chair looks absolutely overmassive, but for my character, it actually looks kind of reasonable. Alright, what do you got here? I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant Adracia. Pray keep us informed of any developments in Carteneau. Begone, whelp! This is no place for children! Oh, it's that kid. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who lived with my parents. It is a girl, okay. You know this girl. So he visited Stone's Throw as well, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I am afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you'd like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'd help me look, mister? Of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Mobody will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an ether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ashian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Menphilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources. And ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Dakarius, this is Menphilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the 12's Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I'll explain in detail once you arrive. The 12's Wood? The primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I've received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs. Go, Dalcarius. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Oh, I bet this is going to be the old man primal. I forget what his name is. Hey, Nicholas! You stubbed your toe? That sucks, dude. That fucking sucks. Hope you're alright. Isn't Final Fantasy Japanese? Yes. Well, it's made in Japan. Ramu, yes. That's right, Ramu. Alright, let's chat around real quick to see if anyone says anything new. Nope, these are all old. Okay. I've become on the behalf of the Elder Seats here to petition the aid of your order. The antecedent has been apprised of the situation. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Dakarius. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Right on, boss. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seatsir informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reported to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon. You foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Papa Limo. I suppose I could have reported things to Menphilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory? They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity. That was because the Garleans came tramping through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Yida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ulda drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceive this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quicken their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Dalkarius, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu could be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seatseer has requested your personal involvement, Dalkarius. Pray report to Commander Hulot at the... Hulwa, actually, at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Woohoo! Yeah, Ramu's interesting, because a lot of the stuff surrounding him indicates he's not particularly violent when he doesn't have to be. But whether or not he has to be is a big matter of oof. Alright. You like Y'shtola? Y'shtola's pretty goated, I'm not gonna lie. She's pretty heavily fed up with everybody's bullshit. Duty calls. Well, no matter the task, I have faith that you will see it through to the end. Indeed I will. What's up, Tataru? Tataru! Take care, Dalkarius. I look forward to hearing all about your adventures when you return. Now, this seems to be particularly important info. I tried substituting native ingredients several times, but the result was a pale imitation of authentic Doman cuisine. Hey, Mr. Dalkarius, what's a Ramu? Is it cute and fluffy like a horse bird? I don't think so, kid. Speaking with Master Coltino has opened my eyes to a great many things. I had no idea the world outside Doma was so strange and wonderful. Mayhap one day we shall accompany you into the field, but for now we must see to less glamorous duties. Worried about leaving us alone? Don't be. While the Archons are away, Hoary Boulder will keep the little ones safe. Mr. Dalkarius, is it true you're going adventuring again? I'm so jealous. You really shouldn't be, but, you know, fair. The children are quick to take to Eorzean ways, but I cannot claim the same flexibility. What's up, Commander? Lieutenant Adracia, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seatseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial, skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. Okay. I'm a good singer? Not particularly. Not horrible, but I wouldn't say great. I had a little choir experience in college. Not a lot, though. I was mostly an instrumentalist, but you had to take choir courses for degree stuff. Ooh, goodness. I do appreciate you gassing me up, though. It's nice. The other signs have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Yeah. Let's get it going. Ooh, everybody's here. I see the Sylphs have sent their own representative. There can be no doubt, then. I'm most curious to hear how the Elder Seetsia means to treat with Lord Ramu. It is said that once Ramu passes judgment, his wrath is implacable. It would be best to conclude this discussion ere Gridania and his people are placed upon his scales. Whatever the Seetsia is planning, I want you to know I'll be right there by your side. I'm sure Y'shtola won't be far behind, even if she does think everything is mankind's fault. Well, to be fair. Oh, hello, Walking One. It's good to see a friend of Elder One. Hey, boss.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome.
So much voice acting.
Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
He still tempers people, though, doesn't he?
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
So, I mean, he's not that peaceful.
The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
What's my favorite city-state? Gridania. I fucking love Gridania. I grew up in Gridania.
You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin.
The Lord of Levin!
An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Alrighty, you heard the boss. I like my helmet. Just because you don't like my helmet doesn't mean I don't like my helmet. I will open my visor, though. Do I need anything in East Shroud? Yes. Sylphlands. I'll do with that in a little bit. I'm not gonna do with it just this moment. So I suspect this guy's gonna send me into the Sylphlands. Lieutenant Adracia, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the Primal Ramu himself, an unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, and that we might ascertain the location of where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. I was told that a messenger will be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns and with good tidings! Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please come with this one. Alright, now we're going into the Sylphlands proper. So let me hunt down these Sylphland critters I need real quick. Which is the Sylphid size, which I believe are a little further north. Oh no, they're right around here. Sylphid size. There's one. Hello. One more. Aha! Now we can go talk to Maxio. Mashio! What you got for me, little dude? Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully. Keep an eye out for touched ones. Or I could just fly over them. I'll show you proceed carefully. Doesn't get much more careful than this. This one is most sorry, but this one could go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here. Go to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. Go to the south? I assume they're probably just outside this big arena. Oh wait, no, they're over there. Why are they over here? Okay, whatever. Where? So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded self-tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magic, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on your Stolo's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say that I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramu is called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Dakarius, the Lord of Levin awaits. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Thine order betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Oh, he talks. Bravo! Look at that beard.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
He seems...
I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest.
He's up to date on modern events, that's good.
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
I love his voice. Love his voice.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflict hath brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
I mean, y'all keep saying dwarf. Honestly, he's more like Durthu and Adenhu, to be honest.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges.
that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
Oh yeah, I did get that crystal from the Sylphs.
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
He's very Adenhu coded. Adenhu would be exactly like this.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee.
Fucking Ramu's awesome.
Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Kind of wish all the primals got this much dialogue. I love that he's like, all right, come at me, bro.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
You want peace, huh? Well, then come at me!
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
Oh, Urianger's here.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
Goggles under his
I
goggles.
must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Oh yeah, like, I know not all the primals are friendly by any stretch of the imagination, but I do wish more of them were more inclined to expository, so to speak. Alrighty. Oh, hello. I don't know if this is someone in chat or just a random person that showed up. One second. Exum, you want to come? Sure. Alright, we made a friend. Anyone else want to join? Oh, in chat. Delightful. Aren't you a cute little thing? And Kagura's around as well. See, is this a 4-man? Or is this more than that? I can never tell with these things. Is this a 4-man or an 8-man? This is an 8-man, okay. If you make it cross-world, you can come. I don't know if I can make it cross-world, but I'll try. Oh, it's like Leviathan, okay. Alright, once Suki joins, we'll be good. If it has the red angry face. Alright, here we go. Cross-world party formed. Cool. The striking tree. Here we go! It's nice how fast that is when you have a bunch of folks. From this point onward, trials are A-mans. Okay. Alright, time to face off the Lord of Levin. We got the Witcher 3 music coming in. I like his design a lot. Don't stand in front of him, don't pick up too many balls. Okay, so far so good. Ow. I pronounce thy sentence. He's a lot easier than Leviathan was. Leviathan was a fucking bitch. Oh, I am stupid. I can't move. I'm assuming that's what this is. Ah, there we go, thank you! He's got a really nice soundtrack. Like, it's not like a super hardcore banger, but it's nice. Down he goes. Nicely done. How would Ramu fit into fantasy? Ramu is literally...
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Hold on.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
Until he comes back in 5 minutes for his extreme trial.
In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians.
That would be nice.
But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Hooray! Oh, he didn't drop any goodies. Actually, I'm gonna ask. Anyone wanna knock out a quick hard dungeon? Since I've got everybody here. Wait, have I unlocked this dungeon yet before I make an ass of myself? It's Copperbell Mines. Yes, I have. They're up for it? Great. Hell yeah! It's nice having friends online. Trials and dungeons sometimes have unique weather patterns. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure we'll fight Lord 11 against in the future. All right, so this is round 2 of the Copperbell Mines. This one should be fun. I haven't done this one before. This is the one with all the Hecatokeries. But apparently a lot more of them have bust out, and it's gotten bad. Let's boogie. Defaulted. No. Oh! But yeah, Ramu is actually a perfect example of what Adanu was like, which should make you extra sad. Because that should make you keenly aware of the fact that the Wood Elves used to have that as one of their guiding figures, and he's dead now. I don't appreciate these assholes that are just throwing shit at us. Ehcatl mastermind. I'm assuming we need to run away from him. Get rid of all the stuff. This is a weird fight. I don't like that he's like lighting the ground on fire. Burn! Where's the burn? Whee! Oh, hey, stranded miners. Everything in Ethel Lauren's past is just sad. I mean, that's a lot of places in the Warhammer Fantasy world. Many aspects have become very tragic and depressing. Excuse you. The bomb hurts him badly. Gog Magolem. Do we have to, like, lure him over to the bomb? Oh, you have to carry the bomb over. Oh, interesting. He moved too far away from it. That did some okay damage. Not great, though. Like, I see what they're going for with the gimmick, but, like, we deal about as much damage. Like, it'd be one thing if, like, you couldn't do any damage, so you, like, had you just kind of burst him down. Oh, those hurt him a lot. All right. That was a goofy ass boss. Oh. It's not done yet. I was like, what is happening? So that was the actual boss, was that little dude. What a silly little goober. What just a silly little guy. I'm not standing in that. Defeat Uranus! Alright, here he comes. Oh, he's a big boy. It's a big old hammer. You kill my son, I kill you! Where's the crystallized rock dude? Do we need to know what that does? Oh, there's like something under the sand. Oh, they go after the rock. Oh, that's gonna hurt. So it just runs around hunting people, but only in the sand, and you can distract it with the rocks. Silly mechanic. Because you can kind of just ignore it, as long as you don't fight the sand. goes. Boom. Ba, 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 ba. Nice. Ba, 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 ba. Well, the miners are trapped down here. Oh, I see. We'll live to mine another day. That was probably one of the jankier dungeons we've done. Like, the dungeon itself wasn't bad, but some of the boss fights, like, had mechanics that were just not necessary. Like, just ignore the mechanics entirely. Lieutenant Adracia, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest's champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Lieutenant Adracia. The Elder Seeds here must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seeds here will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. Conjurer Nafka's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Lieutenant Adracia. Welcome back, Honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seedseer awaits within. I fancy my presence was more help than hindrance during our troubles with Leviathan, but this time around, well, even I have my off days. 'Twould seem that Yida's appraisal of the situation held some merit after all. Mayhap I should not be so swift to discount her intuition. Ah, hero of the hour! Let us not keep the Elder Seedseer waiting. You should have seen Maximo when we got back to Little Solace. Grateful is an understatement. I thought he was going to shake Papa Limo's hand off. Hey, boss.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
Well, it wasn't exactly conflict. I mean, there was a fight, but it wasn't that kind of fight.
Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
To be fair, there's one big asshole behind a lot of what's going on.
As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Dalcarius? I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I could only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Dalcarius? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? What little gods are made of. Pray return thee to the Rising Stone. Hey, boss. Welcome back, Dalcarius. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
I'm getting some just world building here. Oh, they're even taking us into like a whole nother scene.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal
That was not a
cloud,
musket.
which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
It was a pistol.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
So that's where La Brea is right now.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
A little hard to
I
forget,
am
dude.
sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Shoal's like, no! Jesus.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Okay, so we need something to trap them in.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Hopeful prayer. Uh-oh. Well, this is new. Oh, they've got a council room. The Lord of Levin is returned to the Ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. And Bahamut. I did kill Bahamut, y'all. Don't forget. The limitless potential of man. Hydalin's servant grows mightier by the day. Yet he appears at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan, actually. Yet even as it innervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. He's back. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hand shall a new deity rise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Is that fucking Griffith? Alright, there's a major story beat done. That's nice. Now the matter of Ramuh has, for the present, been put to rest. There's something I would show you, Dalkarius. As a map, it is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realms. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mughal VII, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there's only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. I, too, must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Dalkarius, and Eorzea is that much safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is nothing to say of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the beastmen who wish not of the conflict and who now call you friend. Of Alice, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there is Sid in the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alec that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Oh. Alphado, I take it the troubles in Ulta no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. To report such is that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Ah, I have a message for you from Ele. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents went missing. They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphado, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. I guess he's bad with names, typically. Darkarius, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Okay. You got it, boss. The storm has passed and a moment's quietude is ours. Tataru is using her newfound time to further her studies, and I would follow her example. If living in Eorzea has taught us anything at all, is that such restful moments are fleeting. Dark clouds ever stir anew on the horizon. With the Doman younglings dashing about hither and yon, there's hardly a moment of peace to be had. That said, traveling with Ida, it's not as if I knew much peace to begin with. I told Fjallman all about our adventures in the Sylphlands. Fake Thancred and all? You won't tell the real Thancred, will you? I do not know where we would be without Higiri. The girl has worked tirelessly for us every day since her arrival. Do you suppose all Doman women are so diligent? Don't think she's like them. Despite all the hardships they have faced, the younglings pursue their training with great zeal. We older ones would do well to follow their example. Ah, Dalcarius, care to watch the lessons before you journey on your way? I dare say your presence would go far to inspire the younglings. Reputation and routine begets skill. Skill begets confidence. I would do what I can to see the Domans regain their strength of will. 137, 138, 130... Oh, hello there. I've been charged with keeping inventory. Flamen tells me it's vitally important. Oh dear, I seem to have lost count. Never is a woman more lovely than when she's at work, I say. A wild rose, strong and beautiful, blooming tall in the face of frozen winds. Thancred, you fucking horn dog. I mean, I agree, but like, you fucking horn dog. What's up, Hosen? Many of my countrymen have found work as frontier hands, helping to transport supplies and continue the expansion of Revenant's Toll. I've been tasked with keeping the equipment here in good repair. It's not particularly glamorous work, but I would help in whatever way I can. I'll deal with the gaggle of children last. Oh, okay. They are last, yeah. If I were as big as a mountain, as strong as a bear like Mr. Boulder is, maybe I would like fighting more. Are you taking a rest too? Promise you'll play with us again soon. That game of hide and seek in Vesper Bay was the most fun I've had in forever. Yozen's always been the strongest of us, but even he's no match for Kaharu when she's mad. Alright, Yozen, what's up, kiddo? Look! It's Mr. Dalkarius. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were all fighting primals, and they said some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we formally formed our very own Doman's Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us someday, Mr. Dalkarius? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion, then? Master Boulder and Master Cultino! Did you know that Mr. Dalkarius is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Dalkarius. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Rory Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Cultino. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. Ah, I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Mr. Dalkarius if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Dalkarius? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Ori, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you are merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Ah, ha, 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 well, perhaps I am. But what matters, the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson. What say you, Dalkarius? Would you consent to spar with me? I will happily whoop your ass in front of these children. Hooray! We're going to have a tournament! Come on, everyone, we must prepare our gear for an outing. Do not try to disappoint them, Have faith, Cultino. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Night, Applejaws! Oh, he left the party. Well, if he's watching the stream, he'll hear it. He, he's left the stream. They. Actually, before we go too much further... Oh, I've never done the Wanderer's Balance, actually. I didn't realize that was a level 50 dungeon. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and get these dungeons knocked out real quick. The Wanderer's Palace. What the fuck is that weird little squid thing? Oh, I should probably follow my party. Ah! Why do these tonberries look like weird squid creatures that are gonna expose themselves to like random passing by children? Like they're wearing very suspicious trench coats. I don't like it. They can one-shot you if they get angry enough in old games. That is hilarious. I need one more tonberry for my thing. The Tonberry Stalker gives up and returns to his lair. But I need one more! Hopefully we run into more. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I literally need one more Tonberry. Oh, yeah, there he is. You ready, little bastard? You're mine! You're mine! Woohoo! We have finished the hunting log for the Twin Adder. Hell yeah. Lantern oil. I got there's like random ass treasure hunters running around. This is big. Is that big bitch not even targetable? I guess he's not. That's a big ol' ooze. Ooh. And so many Tom Berries. There you go. Final boss room. Look. It's just like an Emperor Tomberry. I want to stab. The Tonberry King. killing them adds strength to him? Oops. Limit break. This guy dies in 5 seconds. Okay, so that one's more of a DPS race. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, I only need one more dungeon, so let's just go ahead and knock it out, but we'll do it with restrictions turned off. So we can just smash through it. It's Brayflow's long stop. Yep. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Oh, Jesus, it's all the way over there. I missed the boss fight. The dragon lands, it's like, how the fuck does it out? Sotek, would dying to this game slave bring shame upon your claim if you were Slayer? No, because you've already been shamed. You can't add more shame. It's just that if you died in a dishonorable way, it's simply that your Slayer's grudge would go unresolved, essentially. So you just wouldn't have, you wouldn't be freed, essentially, from your Slayer oath. It would be, if the dwarves knew about it, it would be passed down to one of your descendants or to, like, a relative of some sort. I'm gonna go whoop the whoop up on my buddy here. Mr. Dalkarius is here. Let the battle begin. So if the Rising Stones, Mr. Thancred asked us where we were going. I told him we were off to watch you and Mr. Boulder fight, and he looked very surprised. Hope we haven't made him cross. Okay, we can disband the party, because I shouldn't need it for anything else. We had a Master of Lessons back in Doma. The way he taught us was very different from Mr. Boulder. I'm not sure which way is better, but I think I like them both. Is sparring dangerous? I don't think I want to see anyone else be hurt. Was good of you to agree to this, Dalkarius. I trust you are ready to begin. It's Boogie. Hey, Polex, how you doing? Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Ori, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Dalkarius you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Dalkarius to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello? You haven't begun yet, have you? Oh god, a bunch of people are showing up. About to watch this man get embarrassed. Ida, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there is still more to come. When I mentioned Dalkarius' name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. This man's about to get whooped. Day and night I've honed my skills. Now has come the time to test them. That's it? Oh, such power! The tails barely do you justice. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet. It can't be. Aye, children have the right of it. 'Tis time I join the fray. On your feet, Rory. Oh no, he looks hurt. Master Dalkarius is so strong, but you can't give up yet, Mr. Boulder. I must admit, defeat was an honor and a privilege. Can't disappoint the younglings. 'Tis your example I follow. Surrender not to the implacable foe. Stamp, 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 stamp. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible. He beat them both at the same time. I knew you couldn't lose, Dalkarius. None could defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much to work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Those men lost in about 5 seconds or less. Just pop, 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 pop. Impressive as always, Dalkarius. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they, too, appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardians of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Or Guardian. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Carteneau. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he promised to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for their desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me that salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Although he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish, a wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I, too, will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Interesting. So we're going to build a new organization on top of the old, formerly secret organization. What you got for me, Blowzone? It's not easy being green. This, I think, gives me a new higher tier dungeon. Good day to you, my wayfaring friend. Say, you wouldn't happen to be the man who slew the Tonberry King, would you? I knew it! By the onion, I've a fine gent for you. Looking for you, that is. He has an appetizing proposal on the table. I think you should pay him a visit. He's one of the treasure hunters at Camp Bronze Lake. Oh, and he will, of course, be there with his partner. The two are inseparable. But I'll let them tell you more of themselves. Well, off to Lenosha with you. Alright, we'll do that a little bit. Not super worried about that right now. When the Skaven left Skavenblight, why was Clan Skryre allowed to stay? They just were the ones that happened to take residence up in that area. It wasn't like an aspect of being allowed to. Though, if I recall correctly, I believe what would become Clan Skryre left for a little bit and then later came back. Thank you for coming, Dalkarius. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must be ever one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Cool. Voice acting? Damn. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land, and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. The longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus, I've been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Okie dokie. Alright, before we leave Mordona, however, I'm going to knock out any book stuff that I need to do here real quick. Yeah, we're about to level up. Okay, we need to go to St. Cognac's Find. We need to visit the Fog Fens. And that's it. Okay, cool. So let's do those two things real quick. First, the Fog Fens are in the wrong direction, but that's fine. We can knock those out first real quick. And what does Pappy need? I need 3 Raging Harriers, which if I recall correctly are way up here on this cliff. The good news about doing these books as often as I've done them is that I've gotten really good at knowing where everything is. So that's nice, at least. And the Raging Harriers are right here. And remember, guys, while I say this in the sense of don't abuse it, because these are kind of just chill streams, especially when we're doing book stuff, if y'all ever have like Warhammer Fantasy lore questions or anything you want to ask or chat about, or just a concept or an idea or stuff like that you want to bring up, these are really, really good streams to do that. Especially because there's not that many of y'all. Not a lot of people watch these streams, but that's okay, because I do this more for myself. The museum is closed, which is a Grand Company. Oh my god, paralysis is so annoying. Question, why are the Skaven the best superior race in all of Warhammer? Although asked facetiously, what I will tell you in answer to that, in legitimate, open-minded honesty, is that the thing that makes the Skaven, quite frankly, one of, if not the best races in Warhammer Fantasy, is that they're genuinely original. They are a 100% homegrown original faction to Warhammer Fantasy. They weren't stolen from like another setting. They're not like dramatically based on or stripped from any historical like moment in history. Like they're homegrown. Which just makes them all the more amazing and impressive. Like, they really are one of the absolute best accomplishments of Warhammer Fantasy as a setting. Yellow is the new black. Alright. Alternate history. When Kimmler invaded Ehcatl Loren to plunder the barrels, how different would the result have been if he and Krell had met Morgur and not Durthu? Well, so... interestingly, in the story of Kimmler attacking Ehcatl Loren, he didn't have Krell with him. Krell wasn't there. Because we don't know why. Like, we don't know if he sent Krell elsewhere. Or if, like, there's no information on why Krell wasn't there, but he actually wasn't. So if Kimmler had encountered Morgur by himself, Kimmler would have had to fall back. Kimmler would have had to retreat, because he can't... Kimmler does not have the ability to kill the likes of Morgur alone. Morgur is horribly nightmarish to deal with. In fact, if anything, he would need Krell in order to deal with him. Because he's like that nasty. He's a real piece of work. Because the big thing about Morgur is that Morgur is borderline impossible to kill with sorcery. He is extremely resistant to magic. And he regenerates so quickly that it takes something really nasty, big and powerful to bring him down. So there would definitely be some... What? I need a frostbitten... Oh, I guess I just keep killing them until it shows up. Oh, this is a kill as many enemies as you can. Ah. Weird. Don't spawn very fast. Now it's picking up. Is Luther Harkin's sire Abarash? Yes. Luther Harkin is a blood dragon, so he is actually a direct descendant of Abarash. As Luther, the Harkins are seemingly the first generation of loyal vampires that Abarash traveled the world with, and had with him back in the day. So Luther Harkin was up there with Wallach. Though the two of them obviously took very different routes through life. Hello. Are there any other bloodlines that are composed and not insane like Abarash? Not really. The Boulder Downs. Okay. Oh, and not a land. No, not really, I would say. The closest would be Wallach. Wallach Harkin is the least crazy of the, like, really famous and powerful Blood Knights. The Red Duke is completely batshit insane. The Red Duke is completely out of his mind. So is Luther Harkin. Both of them are just bonkers. They are not very healthy mentally. Wallach is the healthiest in that he is sane. Though he is incredibly cruel, and also Wallach definitely suffered really badly after his lover died. He used to be a lot more reasonable, and not as extreme, but after his lover died, he kind of went off the deep end, and became far more extreme in his violence and the way that he handles a lot of things. Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, Abarash himself is kind of crazy. Like, Abarash used to be very stable and used to be very reasonable, but as he got older, he grew more and more distant from humanity. And as he grew more distant from humanity, he started to change. Like, he used to be a very chivalrous and noble warrior, but as he got a lot older and debatably significantly more powerful, he turned into something other, that was really nasty. Because, like, the way he turns the Red Duke, for instance, is rough. I mean, the Red Duke literally begged for death. And, Abarash was like, yeah, no, I don't really give a fuck about your consent or your opinion or anything. Because all he cared about was the potential of the Red Duke, not, like, what the Red Duke actually wanted for himself. So, like, he has a really kind of fucked up view on, like, morals. Because all he cares about is, like, laying the foundations to produce, like, the greatest warriors. Which, obviously, if that's not what you want for yourself, can result in some pretty bad things happening. Did he fall to Khorne? In the End Times. So, the End Times did a lot of really stupid bullshit that I hated. One of the things they did that I really hated is they introduced the idea that vampires could fall to chaos, which is completely contradicted by everything that came before. So I just like to throw that in the trash, and pretend it's not real. Because it flies in the face of everything that came before it. Yes, Wallach did make the very notable mistake of falling to Khorne during the End Times, which was dumb. Yeah, because it's like Isabella gets a greater demon of Nurgle put in her body that, like, makes her go insane. Wallach Harkin falls to Khorne. The Nameless, who in reality is, what's his face? Constant Drakenfels. Constant Drakenfels falls to Nurgle. I think those are the only vampires that fall to chaos. Like, the only undead character who should have had anything to do with chaos should have been Heinrich Himmler. And that's because that's, like, a whole aspect of his story that's been, like, set up for really well. And also, he's alive, he's not a vampire. So, like, that actually works for his storyline. I absolutely hated what they did with his story. Or, not him, but like the other vampires. Vampires falling to chaos is dumb. Let's get the rest of these enemies real fast. This will only take a minute. thoughts on the plot developing so far? I'm really interested in where it's going. They've left a lot of really interesting breadcrumbs so far. That I'm very curious to see resolved. Like, I still don't think I've really caught what they're setting down yet, for as far as like what the main conflict is going to be. I heavily suspect that whatever this new organization is that Alphino is trying to create will obviously play a pretty key role in everything that's going to happen. Tempered Gladiators, Zaharak Archers. Tempered Gladiators. I don't even remember seeing those. Zaharak Archers will be around here, though. So I'm very interested to see where things are going. Battling all the primals was really enjoyable. I did like fighting them, throwing down with them a whole bunch. I'm also curious how much the refugee crisis... Woo! Level 59! I'm also very curious how much the refugee crisis is going to tie into the next full storyline, as opposed to just being something that, you know, ends here. I'm hoping it remains a major story thread, because I actually think it's a pretty compelling story, and I'm curious how they're gonna attempt to resolve it. Because it tends to be one of those really compelling issues because A, it has a lot of really strong real-world parallels. B, it is not an easy problem to solve, because it's not just that. It's not just like, oh, there are bad guys that are manipulating us into doing dumb things. It's like, no, it's more complex than that, because whatever, fine. Because like it is a natural, genuine problem in and of itself. And then in addition to that, there are villains that are taking advantage of everything that's going on and making things worse. Like they're taking advantage of a genuinely natural, difficult problem. That I find compelling. Especially because I find refugee stories to be very compelling because it's very close to home for me. Like, you know, I live in Texas. That's something that we hear and talk about a lot around here. And it's definitely one of those things that, you know, although it is, I'm not going to get into, like, the politics of it, but, you know, it's a story that I see a lot. It's interesting to see it represented in this universe, and I'm curious how they're going to try and resolve it, given the constraints, but also the abilities and powers that they have available to them. Okay. North Shroud, Western Lenosha, Outer Lenosha. Okay, so let's go to North Shroud next. There's only one there. Why have the dwarves thought about fortifying Blackfire Pass? Or had they, but orcs destroyed it? So, A, Blackfire Pass is colossal. Like, it is a massive amount of space. It's quite wide, and it's not something that you can realistically build over in a very short amount of time. That would take quite a bit of effort and time And the problem is that because Blackfire Pass is such a major route of invasion, or route of transition from the Badlands and the Border Princes and everything into the old world proper, it is not only a popular route for beastmen, but also for monsters, humans, greenskins, beastmen. Like, there are a lot of different factions and races and creatures that are constantly making their way through Blackfire Pass, and it's very dangerous. It's borderline impossible for anyone to hold it. I mean, the Empire managed to build a fortress in Blackfire Pass with the help of the dwarfs, and it fucking struggles to be functioning, even like part of the time. It tends to struggle a lot. And also, there's a lot of different natural disasters that often affect Blackfire Pass. It's very, very prone to flooding. So it's not unusual at all for a significant amount of the pass to just go completely underwater and make it so that nobody can get through it. That does happen. So there's just kind of a whole lot of different things that tie into it that ultimately result in it being a very difficult situation to resolve. But the biggest thing is that the dwarves just don't have the numbers. Like, maybe the ancient Dawi could have gotten away with taking over Blackfire Pass, but it's difficult to build into because a lot of it is not made of, like, oh, it's just like volcanic rock or whatever. It's like the earth itself there was literally melted by super intense dragonfire back when Ungrim fought what the dwarfs believed to be the father of the dragons, which was Skaladrak. And that dragon's fire was so intense, so over the top, that it melted through the Black Mountains, turning it into that kind of like volcanic obsidian glass-like material that's very difficult to build into. The whole thing's just a fucking mess, basically. How common are gyrocopters from the lore? It depends on the hold. They're, like, pretty common in certain areas. Like in certain environments or around certain holds. They're less common in others. It just kind of depends. So, like, around Karazakarak and Zutfar, they're pretty damn popular. Because those holds have the ability to produce a lot of them and also to support them. But like they're fairly popular. They're pretty common. It's not unusual to see them. But they're not like so common that like if you were traveling through the Badlands, like if you're traveling through the Badlands, you're probably not gonna see one. If you're walking through the lands of the dwarfs and the World's Edge Mountains, you will probably bump into one. Sholtu. No, that's trench tooth. Self scale. Hey, Bizanex, what's up? Jake Wu, good to see you. Huzzah! Another Trial of the Braves done, so I can now pick up a new one and let's go back doing some main story stuff. Well, let's go ahead and pick up our next book. That's our 5th book done. We are over halfway done with the Trials of the Brave. You know what? Let's go ahead and finish the Books of Fire. There we go. Oh wow, this one requires a lot of shit. Alright, anyway, we are off to Lenosha. Are there any examples of Chaos Champions that are split between 2 Chaos Gods, not just 1 or all 4? So, yes, when you're dealing with Undivided Champions, Undivided is a very broad topic. Theoretically, when you're dealing with someone who is quote-unquote undivided, that could mean that they don't serve any of the gods, but it could also mean that they serve a mix of the gods. You know, so... maybe, for instance, they serve, maybe they serve Zinch and Nurgle, and they hold them in a balance, in an equal measure. Maybe they are, someone who, you know, tries to keep a balance between all 4 of the Dark Gods, etc., etc. That being said, you don't tend to see characters that have, like, markings or blessings of multiple gods, except for the Everchosen. Because the gods are jealous, and they don't like sharing champions. There was, I can't remember his name, but there was one guy who was, like, a really big bad cultist who was trying to earn the attention and power of all 4 Chaos Gods. And when his ploys end up coming to an end and he ends up being defeated, and he dies, the Dark Gods can't really decide who should take his soul. So after some minor deliberation, they decide to quarter his soul, so each of them grabs a piece and they rip him into 4 pieces, and each of them takes a piece of him. So, you know. Ah, there you are. I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blofuswin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing permissionary boundaries and citing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter so that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Sure thing, Alphno. Right. To the upper decks! No. What happens to the soul after they take it? Generally speaking, they'll usually devour it. They might keep it and torture it for eternity. They might remake it into some form of demon or bind it into some sort of prison or weapon or who knows what. They'll do something with it, but what exactly depends on the god and what's going on and the spirit in question, yada yada yada. A lot of the times they'll devour it or take it into themselves in a sense. Carvalane. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Fine, be that way. Didn't want you to join our group anyway, you fucking dick. Rainer? Yeah, I don't think he's gonna join. Master Alphino's new organization. Yes, I had heard the formation of a trial company within the offing. To its with regret, however, I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. This is going well. Oh for 2 so far. Cool, 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 cool. Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sudden nightshine plate. You're looking for a self-righteous foot? Why not try knocking on that dandy Caverlane's door? Cool. So many people excited to join. Come on, Alphino. We should have had, like, goodie bags to tempt them. A guild master? Oh, sure. A precursor to a united Eosian Grand Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldik and Vermelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be trapsing here, there, and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Well, that's better than nothing, I suppose. Playing as a cat boy? No, I'm a dragon boy. Because I like my lizards. Real. Well, if it ain't Dalcarius, I'd not forget a venture brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Riol, do ye? Don't ye? Formerly of the Company of Heroes. 3 whistles at the Bronze Lake? Aye, it ain't often I drag me Alsart to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? You're looking to put together a new crew. Top to your work? Ah, sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. We got one guy. Nice. But hey, I mean, to be fair, he is from the Company of Heroes, so that in and of itself is like, okay, that's pretty good. Polex, have a good night. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. Hope you have a lovely evening. Dalcarius, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Lominsa. Ah, a member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I, too, was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nafka's altar. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more see to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Okay. Laurentius. Oh gods, can it truly be you? But what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Eh? Could it be you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron in Buscarons. Yes, now I remember. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if Gao had changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? What is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may be the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. I shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. I remember him. He was selling out to the Garleans. Well, good for him. I'm glad he turned over a new leaf. And I hope he knows I will not hesitate to murder him if he falls back into old habits. When will you have another random clips and chill, Sotek? I have no idea. We'll do it at some point. I'm kind of a man on a mission at the moment, but definitely at some point. Oh, this guy. Ah, friend. It is good to see you again. How I wish I could greet you with more joyful tidings. I trust you have heard the rumors. Yes, I fear they are true, and then some. Oh, wherever shall I begin? After you released my lady from her torment, a deed of bravery and kindness that I will remember until the last of my days, I paid visit to the Wood Whalers and told the tale in all its tragedy. The guardians of the Twelves Wood might know the truth. Though the Whalers did not doubt my words, they insisted on a thorough investigation of the manor. Without witnessing my lady's remains for themselves, I was told, they could hardly vouch for the citizenry's safety. A prudent judgment, I thought, and I did not argue. It is what happened next that confounded everyone, myself most of all. A contingent of Wood Whalers was dispatched to the manor, and I personally escorted them in. This would be the last I saw of them, for nary a one returned. Minutes turned to hours, and before long, night surrounded the silent manor. 'Twas then the screams began again, ungodly, heart-rending screams that shall be burned into my memory forevermore. Against my better reasoning, I mustered the courage to peer inside. Oh, how I wish I had not! For what peered back, friend, was someone, nay, something. For that which I saw surely possessed no soul like you or I. That has no right to exist in our world. The Whalers have dispatched another contingent to investigate the manor. The fools! Do they not see that they have writ their own death sentence? I cannot save them, but you, friend, you may succeed where I so miserably failed. I implore you, pray come to our aid once more. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I've sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. I think the other quest was Maniac Manor. Yeah, I think that's unlocking the hard mode of a dungeon. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, Dalkarius, isn't it? It's been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more of a novice adventurer then. But look how far you've come. Mother Mione tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. Now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. Isildur! Yep. Last one's over. Goodness, excuse me. It's cool that you're like into ask characters that you've encountered throughout the story. It's not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Fair enough. Did I finish watching the most recent episode of Warhammer? I did. I have feelings about it. I have very mixed feelings about it. Yeah, it was certainly a thing. It was certainly a thing. I'm very excited for tomorrow's episode. I know if I was a GM, I would not have given them the ability to do what Andy did. Andy he's truly something when it comes to how he tells his stories. I have never seen anything like that. In all my time of watching roleplay games. That was truly unique experience. I don't necessarily think it was a positive experience as a viewer. The ending, I felt like the ending was a little frustrating because of the way it went down, but I don't know. I have very mixed feelings about it. What news, Dalkarius? For my part, the Elder Seedseer was most amenable to our requirements. A former woodwhaler and a seasoned adventurer. Our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ul'dah whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. I would like to know the name of this organization I keep recruiting for. Alphino. How would Asvar Cool stack up against the Chaos Champions in the time of Franz? Anyone less than an Everchosen, he would anyone less than Archaon or Be'lakor, he could pretty much guarantee beat the absolute shit out of them. Like, he would destroy them. But that's because, I mean, he's an Everchosen. That's what Everchosens do. You know, he got that job for a reason. Ul'dah, the gilded city, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves to be as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Dalcarius. Why does every character talk like a posh Brit? Because I only have so many voices, and also all of the voice actors in this game, which I'm doing my damnedest to emulate, have very posh accents, to say the least. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Will Red. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Oh yeah, he's Alamigan. Any road, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland, about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated, and vowed to make myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions. And you will say it will take me to all corners of the realm? That sounds like exactly the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Okay, that's a good recruit. Hello, Thon 1. How are you doing? Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orson, of the Church of St. Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying upon Drybone's less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, it's new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds like a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. You need so many gems? What kind of gems? Yellow Moon. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new fashion manner proposition in a lady? Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady's already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. That is not... Alright. And Yellow Moon's kind of a moron, so that's not surprising. Sintgut. A company that looks to cure the ills of the entire realm. Listen, friend, I could scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. I feel like Ul'dah would be one of the worst places to recruit, just because of, like, how their culture is. Aye, you'd be surprised what rumors drift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets that your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. You think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Yeah, that's about what I expected. How fared you, Dalcarius? What hidden gems did the streets of Ul'dah offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamigan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. If these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless. And the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Dalcarius. I will not squander the precious gifts you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana has also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon the outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let's return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Oh, he took me with him. It's a purty night sky. What is this going on?
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong.
Who will
Does it
what?
not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them.
Yeah, tell her, Raban.
As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose.
Yeah, you owe me.
Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
I could just, you know.
He has all but committed treason. What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Hey, Jason.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Should have included a murder clause in the law. Would have solved all of our problems. That was an interesting cutscene. I was not expecting that. Oh! Did you do any birthday celebration stuff yet, Jason? I hope you had fun. I'm very much looking forward to Saturday. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me the monopolization of your services, Dacarius. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Worked 9 hours and then did 2 hours at the gym. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Who's adding me on Discord? Where? Greetings, Dalcarius. Alphino tells me that all's in place to begin his trial company. The Scion shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of the new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slothborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there's aught he requires? Heretical harassment? That's an interesting quest name. Wait, you fell asleep at 8, so you just woke up and you're like, oh, I'm awake now. If so, that is deeply unfortunate. Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. That is indeed quite unfortunate. What can I do for you, Dalcarius? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrived. It was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. I'll appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told that this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slothborn! The shipment! We couldn't! Gods, woman! What the fell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll! Provisions for your march for the frontier effort! But just as we thought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands! I believe they might have been heretics! There were many! Too many! We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies! Pray forgive us! It's not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is likely to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Oh, those kinds of heretics. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fortem's. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Vicarious, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortums? We will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion, for our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thanks for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Harshafant will be glad of your assistance. I'm sure I butchered that, but whatever. To Ishgard. Just curious, do I have any fates here? No, I don't. Oh, I have one in Mordona, but we'll check that when we go back. Let's not lose our momentum here. Well, well, if it isn't my fine friend, Alcarius of Thracia, would you care for a plate of roast caracul, some mulled wine? No? Ah, I see you have not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence.
The incident with the new frontier hands?
Oh, voice acting!
No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Forton does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts.
Forton.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Duh.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Okay. Whitebrim Front, huh? There you are, Drummond. Dalcarius, is there naught you would ask of me? Pray speak plainly. I'm a man of action and need no honeyed words. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, it's a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this Ice Heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. It sounds like these guys have been tempered, which could mean that Lady Iceheart is a new primal. Because it sounds an awful lot like tempering. Who's this fucking merchant? Tell you what happened? Oh yes, of course! I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackguards. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals. They were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods. Shall not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Okay. Surrender the crystals. Your time has come. My life belongs to the lady. The cold solves my pain. Yeah, totally not fucking concerning at all. How's doing then? Ah! Draw your weapon, foul! Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced to cross one of the raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. No. More voice acting. And my character is really good at looking at people right after they leave. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage to the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We're not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best were we to return to White Brim Front and lay our suspicion before Lord Brumont. Bro just got bludgeoned over the head twice and lived? Yeah. Hey man, when you got that thick skull perk, you know, it does some mileage for you. Lord Dremont. Alcaris, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they could have been bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission, consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Hoshfon of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them for long for our justice. So you say.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody.
I don't like this.
But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
He's giving me some weird vibes.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Giving the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
I don't know exactly what it is. There are some weird fucking vibes coming on from him. Like, I don't... something's off with him. Alcarius, it's good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Corthus? House Fortorn is to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Hoshfroll for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. While you were away in Corthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Out here fucking trying to save the world, and y'all keep sending me off to do stupid shit. Okay. These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file them on my waste paper basket. Ah, Dalcaris, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid! Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't had the time to track them all down. The recruits are to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. Wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Okay. There's 8 of them? I only got 4 of them. That's not what I wanted. Yuyahas. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. A deep blue uniform crafted specifically for Alphino's new trial organization. These uniforms are a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. That is certainly a way to look at it. Hey, Elena. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit, I'm excited to forge my own path forwards. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. The Scarlet Garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hearty defender of Limsa Lomensa. But in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. Little Alamigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll, that this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. I'm sure you will too. Hello there, lad. Looking for me, was ye? I'd suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry, though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Oh, cool. A serpent lady. Dakaris, Adracia! Gods! I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. Shall wear it with pride. See see that you do. I don't believe we've met. I am Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There's no easier method of creating a common bond among what is, essentially, a band of strangers. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah, our new uniforms! I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. It's a brave new world. Yes, Dalcarius? Ah, Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Dalcarius. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. Voice acting!
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Not a bad name.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Man, they decided on a salute real fucking quick. Yep.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Hey, boss.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening.
All the primals are back simultaneously!
So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle.
Oh.
Such power defies comprehension.
So Baldissian is gone. Though it's probably just hidden.
Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
No.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin silence portends naught but ill, I fear.
Now that you mention it.
Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Spooky! Something's happening! Hello, Mr. Archbishop Pope Fellow? Ah, shit. Shit. Alright, so the big boss of Ishgard is being influenced by Ascians. Great. Super great. Delightful. Wonderful. Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. Until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, the Urianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the Dark Beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. Well, all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current affairs, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I feel that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, stubborn to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Okay. Oh. Alright, so we definitely just figured finish another big chunk quest. Being that we got that whole reveal of that Ishgard is about to go tits up. Dispatch the first unit to Olda, the second and fourth to stand by for further orders. How big are these units? They all have 4 of them. Yes, would be foolish to sacrifice nutrition for flavor. If Hugitian more skilled culinarians work closely together, I dare say they could create extraordinary dishes, sure to satisfy Orzi and Doman alike. In traditional Doman cuisine, we strive for perfect balance, not only of flavor and texture, but also of nutrition. For a meal to be truly satisfying, must nourish the body as well as delight the senses. God, I need to do more of that in my own life. I tend to just eat what tastes good and fuck the rest of it, but that is gonna cause me problems. Ah! From invoices to petitions to... It's a war, Talcarius. The desk of my front line is my front line, and I fear I've been overrun. Haha, it's funny, because that's foreshadowing. Ironic foreshadowing. Condemn refugees to death. Wait a minute, that's not right. In which event we must guide them to Little Alamigo, else we condemn them to certain death. Ida, what did I just tell you? Oh, she's like, condemn them to death! A dazzling floral arrangement, each blossom a peerless beauty in her own right. Ah, the blessing and the burden of an overactive imagination. He is literally just seeing them in a threesome. Thancred, come, dude, bro. Where have those younglings disappeared to? Making the most of their newfound freedom, no doubt. Look forward, never back. Devote yourself only to the present. That's what I've learned from the Domans. These azure uniforms are really rather striking, but I think I shall remain a scion for the nonce. These walls have become my home. The scions my family. Besides, I'm just not sure blue is really my color. Green in my cassock brings out my eyes, just as Rory's breeches bring out the red in his. What is it, Dalcarius? And do be concise, I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I have little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, while my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I have sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Dalcarius. Well, I am... actually...
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you?
Oh, he talks.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
In my booming voice!
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies.
Hey, Fairystorm, what's up?
Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the immortal flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea.
Oh, their civil war is wrapping up.
When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Interesting. One second. Okay. I need something to drink and some more food. Because I am fine going a little longer, especially because I still need to do my actual dailies. Do need to do that. So I think we're gonna take a break for some main story quest stuff to knock out our Ehcatl stuff. I'm just gonna trigger you and then run away. But I need something to drink, and I also am hungry, so I'm gonna grab some food real quick. Well, actually, I have food, but I need something to drink. So I'm gonna go do that real quick, but then we're gonna focus our efforts on some dailies. But we got a lot of main story quests done, so that's good. So I will be right back. I'll literally just back just a second. I'm just gonna use the restroom and grab a drink. Oh, there you go. Alright, I'm back. Whew. Oh, where am I? Where did I teleport to? No Shroud. That's where I am. You're okay. You got eye bogeys. You got eye bogeys. Wait, they're still locked. Do I have a quest that I haven't done yet for them? Oh shit! I never did Deliverance yesterday. Uh-oh. God damn it. Well, shoot. I forgot to finish that yesterday. Okay. God damn it. Same VA as Gaius? Oh, okay, cool. I miss Gaius. Gaius. Such a good villain. So fun. Thoughts as of completing 2.3? I'm a little worried that the Ashians have taken control of what looks like the Pope and the religious authority in Ishgard. So it seems that Heavensward is going to be a bit of a holy war, being kicked off by someone who we don't want to deal with because it's going to be bad. Okay. What did he want? He wanted like raptor skin wrist something? Ugh. It was one of these two. Red coral. Okay. But I need raptor leather. That's animal skin. There's raptor leather. I don't think I have any horn glue or red coral. Hey Jason, are you still in chat? Did you see my text about that concert? Didn't post it on nightstand. Well, when you get the chance, take a peek at it. I would be curious to know if you would want to go. It's literally like my favorite band ever. I didn't even think they never come south, and they're coming like right next to us. And I'm like, ah! So like I am fucking going. I don't know what I'm agreeing to, but sure sounds good. Okay, we'll talk about it on Saturday. Alright, what the fuck did you want? You want raptor skin wristbands of gathering. Okay. I've got to make like 3 of them. Oh, I got high quality horn glue. Oh. Wow, that did absolutely nothing. Come on. Oh my god. Holy fuck, that's such bad luck. Ooh. I don't think he actually cares about the quality. I mean, I care about the quality. Ooh, that was nice. I have 2 more actions. Oh, nice. I think we need 1 more. Smite him! Smite! Waste not. Yeah, I'll check this upgrade. Nice. If I get lucky... Ooh. Nice. Nice! Master Bend! Hell yeah! Alright, so then I can do this again. Da 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 da! Ah, we're almost level 50 leather worker. I can just keep giving them the same shit. So I need just 2 more of those. It's really nice when you can make high quality materials because you can finish this quest like super fast. So I just need to make 2 more of these. They don't have to be good quality. Oops. Nah, it's fine. Ooh, that was a lot of really lucky rolls. Alright, if I give him the well-made one, I think it's worth like double. Oh, but he only needs 2 regular ones, so I'll just give him the regular ones. Hey! Level 50! And we got Firegut's Blessing. Increases quality. Inner quiet effect ends upon use. Efficiency, 100% plus... Efficiency goes up to 100% plus 20% for each count of quiet stack up to... Oh, interesting. So this actually lets me use quiet stack. For inner quiet. Interesting. Okay. Any rules about gifting things? What do you mean by gifting things? You mean like visiting me in game and handing things over to me? Yeah, we don't care. It's fine. This one's 42. I'm trying to remember which one's the best. I think, no, that guy, we definitely want that guy's quest. Caw, deft hands I seek, feathered, featherless I care not. My brethren I train myself, but all talons they are. Finesse they lack, perfection out of their grasp it lies. Tasked with crafting Desoquelent's exhaust outlet we are. If filter's not perfect, black our smoke shall turn. A trail in the sky we shall leave, visible to our enemies we shall become. Caw, your face, smooth and ugly it is, but with the ugliness comes privilege. Where refused an Ixal is, welcome are the sons of man. Welcome to use gifts of art and knowledge. To the Diamond Forge you must go. To Firbearda you must speak. The gifts of art she tends. Guide you to perfection she shall. Caw, delicate hands I seek. Okay, he says the exact same thing. Tasked with crafting of Desoquelent's lamps we are. If lamp wick's not perfect, dark lamp shall become. Blind we shall become. Disaster there will be. Caw. Feathers you have not, privilege you have. He says the he says the exact same shit. Tasked with crafting of Desoquelent's speaking tubes we are. If tubes not padded, cluttered voices will become. Unheard orders will be. Lost lives will be. Caw. Oh, that's interesting. He has very straightforward dialogue. I think the lettered is the next one. He's at 35. Yeah, and we've done all these before. See, you are 20. You are 24. What is Prudent? Prudent's 29. Okay, so we want Prudent next. And then she is 24, so we want her last. Okay. Mm. Hey Bernard, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. The bots are busy today. Thank you, that one. Oh, that was you. Sorry, I didn't mean to spook you. I wish I was better with memorizing people's names. It'd be really funny to just purposely scare the shit out of people as they come into chat. Why do you get bots on your Final Fantasy streams? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. Unfortunately, it is a mystery. A really, really shitty mystery. Because they're kind of the worst, to be honest. Oh god damn it! I don't have the fish I need. Ugh. I just realized I don't have them on me, do I? Nope. I'm not a very smart person, am I? Damn it. Alright, that's fine. Actually, let's just... just keep it on me in the future. Oh yeah, I shit you not. The Ehcatl storyline is one of my favorite in the game so far. Where the hell is it? I have a billion of them. Where do they put them? They're there. I wish I was better at remembering emotes. Oh! Did I come here for anything else? No. That was a very nice little lava fell. Oh, it was you! Oh, thank you very much. Prism shard. I shall endeavor to put it to good use. They've already started selling Halloween stuff at my local store. I got these bat-shaped Reese's. And boy, howdy, they are delicious. So just curious, in y'all's opinion, chat, what is the absolute worst, like, career to level? Or job, rather. Fishing? Yeah, fishing seems like it would take a really long time. Blue Mage? Really? I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Might as well just get them both out of the way. Do I need to re-equip the gloves? Gotta have the special gloves on. Pixel quest. So I need the instrument panel. The knife you made is in my inventory? Is it not better than the knife I have? Oh, equip best only takes from the... Ah, I see. Equip. Oh, pfft. My shit's full. You, be gone. There we go. Thank you. Got that equipped. I need to get rid of a bunch of shit. Cockpit exterior. Undead and alive! Hey, it's good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a hot minute. How you been? Blue Mage is really bad because you just can't quest and all that stuff. Fishing is the fastest as long as you go deep sea fishing. Oh, interesting. I feel like my leatherworking outfit makes me look less like a leatherworker and more like a baker, but maybe that's just me. Being Sadie her onions? The chocobo, yes, not the dog, because that would kill the dog. Don't feed your dogs onions. Arrow. There we go. But I'm probably not going to refresh it for a little bit, because I'm not going to be doing a lot of combat stuff. Okay, cool. Okay, we can go turn in a batch of these. Am I leveling your companion? She's actually max level, now that I think about it. The Sadie Chocobo is max level right now. Because I have to do a quest that lets her get more. Do I like Age of Empires? I've never played it. I played Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology is really good. It's definitely got a really positive legacy. It's got a lot going for it. Oh, Larber and Lodging is my... need to remember to advance my gathering storylines at some point. We're not gonna do that tonight, but at some point. Ooh. We'll probably do Hildebrand next after we finish A Realm Reborn. That'll probably be when we'll refocus our attention on Hildebrand. Okay, cool. So that's it for Miner, so now I can switch over to Botanist. Nice, we have a much higher chance of doubling up now, which is good. Oh yeah, I'm well aware of the Age of Empires community. I mean, I watch Turin's channel, so I see he does a lot of Age of Empires. Like, holy hell, he does a lot of Age of Empires. What a useless tree. I expected better. And one more big log. There we go. Ooh. See, okay, Joshua, I didn't say that out loud, but I was thinking that very hard during that entire scene. I was watching that and I'm like, it really feels like this guy's hitting on me. Like, this guy, like, the sheer amount of sexual tension in the room is palpable. Like, what I was gonna say, I got distracted, but what I was gonna say was I was watching it and I was like, okay, either Halshafon wants to bone me, A, or B, he's really fucking evil and just has that kind of seductive evil aura. Oh look, there's a rare super mob here. That's fun. I will try to kill him after I gather these. Even though I'm pretty sure he's gonna whoop my ass. But I would still like to try. Well, I will say, whoever was doing the directing for that the cutscene with Halshafon did a really good job, because I definitely picked up on that. Fight me, man! Oh no, I can do this. I've been around these parts a lot, and I've never seen you before. Nuts! Alright. Let's go do all these. And then we gotta head off to like a new area. Wait, what? Oh. Here's the rocks you ordered, lad. And here's the wood for you, sir. You love the Cowboy Bebop movie? Dude, Cowboy Bebop music is goated. I actually saw the Cowboy Bebop Big Band live earlier this year. It's a hell of a concert. It was amazing. It had been way too long since I had sat in front of like a really good jazz band, and they were like a band that's able to play so well and so loud that you could just feel it like rumbling in your chest. Shit's gorgeous. Makes me so happy. Alright, so we got starboard wing component. Starboard wing component. There it is. I would highly recommend you do Hildebrand's storyline before doing the final AAR quest. Okay, we could probably make that. I will say the Ehcatl Society quest was such a genuinely fun and interesting way to level my crafting career for leatherworker. Like, it made getting leatherworker to 50 like a genuinely enjoyable experience. And I also got my botanist skill pretty high too because of it. Starboard wing control. Alright. We'll turn these 3 in. And then we just got the last 3 to do. I wish they would increase the amount of allowances you could have each day, because it kind of stinks that there's like a good 4 or 5 quests that I just can't do. Because of the daily limit. Alright, so for all these, I have to go to Revenant's Toll. What do you got for me, Bearda? You've the look of business about you, so I won't waste your time mincing words. My rules here are simple. Follow them and free to use facilities for as long as you need. Rule 1. All that passes through these doors must be inspected. I'll have no contraband within my walls. Period. Rule 2. You must make a contribution by choice to the Revenant's Toll chapter of the Adventurers Guild. No questions asked, no exceptions. That suits you. Journey to the Tangle and use Moth Pupa to catch us 2 Tangle Skippers. The gall from their bellies is known to stave off the pox, and a recent outbreak has tapped the helmet's supply. If it doesn't, you can leave, and let the screams of the suffering children haunt your dreams and nightmares for eternity. Oh, jeez, alright. Times are, okay, yep. If that suits you, journey to the southeastern edge of the Tangle and gather 5 Tangle mangrove logs and 15 Tangle mangrove branches. The wood is to be used to rebuild the hamlet orphanage, which we lost in a fire but have a moon past. If that doesn't suit you, be an asshole. Suits you, journey to the southeastern edge of the Tangle and gather 15 clear water shards and 5 clear water clusters. What the crystal's for, I'm not liberty to say. Remember, no questions asked. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the fishing one, but we'll try. Is it just Moth Pupa again? Yes, which I have. Great. Okay. So that should be doable. Alright, let's clear out this little spot real quick. Just because I do not trust that asshole not to attack me. Can I fish here? No? Where is a... I don't really see like a fishing spot. I'm just kind of standing in water. Okay, I guess that counted. Nope. Bone crayfish. That's not what I wanted. What the hell is that thing? Chum? Oh. I'm a little worried that I'm not seeing what I want to see. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. No, I'm using the right bait. Moth Pupa. It's literally the only bait that I have. Come on. Tangle skip. Oh, nice. We got one. Okay, cool. Recommend swapping to another crafter so you can oh, that's not a bad idea. Okay, nice. So we got all the fishing stuff we need. I don't like the looks of those guys. The Leech King, huh? You look like a special mob. I challenge thee to a duel once my health comes back. The challenge. Hard Knock Life is boxed. Oh, being able to fly is so nice. All right. Oh, then I need to be a miner for the last bit. All right. Up. Up. Oh, hey, Periwinkle. Oh, I can sneak. Thank God. Oh, wow, look at you making all fancy shit. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the big ones we need. Nice. All right. Now we can return to Revenant's Toll. Yeah, starting for the next one, we can actually refrain from using leatherworker going forward. We can use goldsmith instead. I think that will be a clever use of our time. Quick with you now, before the pox claims another innocent child's life. Materials used to craft components for speaking tubes. Rare variety of sludge skipper only found in the shallow waters of the Tangle. Not as large as I'd hoped, but these skippers will have to suffice. As for your materials, though obviously of questionable origin, I found nothing guild is deemed forbidden. Proceed. Quick now, there isn't much time. Ethereal balance of this crystal is tipped completely to the element of water. Not a single trace of any of the other 5 elements can be detected. Yes, flawless and void of all impurities. These will suffice. As for your materials... Okay, yep, they're cool. Quick with you now, before the cold claims another innocent child's life. Ah, well, a tad warm eaten and not as straight as I'd hoped, but this wood will have to suffice. Alright, so we need speaking to component. Oh, wait. No, it says I can't use this. I'm not sure why. Oh, it's level 52. Okay. And then did the other thing you give me go to where it was supposed to? I suppose it did. Oh, it's an offhand, that's right. Yes, there it is. Level 53. Okay. Exhaust outlet. There we are. Alright, so real quick, since I'm in the area, see if another notch on the torch is available. No. Okay. So off to North Shroud. Caw, think me the fool, do my brethren. Expect perfection from featherless one, you cannot, they say. Make me look the fool, you must not, or make you look the corpse, I shall. Caw. Ha! Clumsy buzzard, brethren. Quick to look down upon featherless one you are, yet behold, perfect his work is. If into passing my inspection more care was placed than into passing wind, hands of featherless one we would not have to borrow. Caw! Friend, make me look the fool you did not, yet a fool would I be, should I not seek your aid. Hear from me soon you shall, until that time, caw. Caw, only perfection there is, perfection or failure, which have you claimed today, I wonder? Caw, perfection, guide us this light will, the sacred Ehcatl it will, featherless friend you are, hear from me again you shall. Well, he gives you an oak knot for every one of these? That is crazy. Caw, hurry not, featherless one, for perfection time it does take. Caw, without flaw these are, more than suffice they shall. Yes, yes, much alike we are, for satisfied with imperfection we are not. Learn much from you, my crafters could, if not buzzard brain they were. Caw. Wow, look at that. We got over halfway in a single day. So we'll finish tier 5 tomorrow. So that'll actually be the last, because I don't think we can even level up. I don't think we can level up tier 6 to tier 7 until we do all of the different groups. Alright, speaking of Leatherworker, it's time for us to go to the level 50 Leatherworker quest! We're gonna finish the Leatherworker storyline. Hell yeah, brother. Might have to include that in the title when I end up in today. Oh, but I need to change to actual Leatherworker, not Ehcatl Leatherworker. Yeah, for Rome Reborn. Stuff. Okay, but she's offering a hat, gloves, or boots. Oh wait, they're all worse than mine. I forgot. Some people were very nice and made me some gear. Oh, for the love of Thakarius! You picked a fine time to show up, and for once I'm not being sarcastic. I'm in quite the predicament here, and you just might be able to help. What sort of predicament, you ask? Only the sort in which I have several hundred deliveries to make before the next spell, despite having just the 2 legs you see. Withdrawing from the exhibition has freed me to devote my efforts to filling guild commissions. That is all well and good. The problem is that now I have more clients than ever, none of whom take kindly to being kept waiting. Bah! For every moment we waste chatting, we risk losing a valued customer. Make yourself useful and take this choker to a client waiting at the Whistling Miller. On the double. Yes, boss. I want to find out about Angerbotha. Hup, 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 hup. Daud? From the guild, yes? Have you come to deliver my choker? Add a few spikes unleashed and this would kill at parties. Ah, true guild quality as ever. Yes, all the time and effort put into this piece is painfully evident in the overwrought nature of its design. We've only just met, but you strike me as a smart young man, hence my offer. What say you bid your farewell to your fruitless life as Gava's lapdog and come work for me? Who am I, you ask? Why, none other than the founder and proprietor of Angerbotha Apparel and Accoutrements, Redania's premier producer of leather goods. Yeah, he looks fucking skeevy enough to be that guy. Has he got a fucking cheetah print? Oh my god. As a clever man like you has doubtless surmised, many of your more ambitious colleagues have already abandoned the Leatherworkers Guild to bring their prodigious talents to Angerbotha. And why wouldn't they? Who wants to waste precious hours learning how to stitch the perfect seam when a serviceable one will suffice? Not I, that's for certain. Angerbotha products are just as durable as Gava's overrated rubbish, crafted in half the time for a fraction of the cost. Should you have any doubts, I invite you to come by the exhibition and judge for yourself. Such a shame that the Leatherworkers Guild will be absent from this competition. I was so looking forward to defeating dear Gava this year. Ah well, for all her faults, clearly the woman had sense enough to see that she was fighting a lost cause. Ta-ta, my friend, and remember the offer. Son of a bitch. Boss is gonna be pissed. You're back, Dalcarius. Not a moment too soon. I just heard a most distressing rumor. Word about town is that renowned leatherworkers from across the realm are withdrawing from the exhibition at an alarming rate. Should this continue, Angerbotha will have a clear course to win top honors. Curses! It pains me enough that I cannot represent our guild in the contest, but the thought that those talentless hacks could claim the prize that is rightfully ours. What's that? Daud of Angerbotha was the client who commissioned that choker? If I had known, I'd have delivered in person and taken the payment out of his lousy hide. Oh yes, the two of us go back quite a ways. He was an adventurer and an aspiring leatherworker. Not unlike yourself, Dalcarius. We had a bit of a falling out, though. I remember it like it was yesterday. He strolled through the door wearing a shike-eating grin and holding a jerkin that looked like it had come out of the wrong end of an old goat. I told him as much. And the next moment, he ran back out the door, bawling like a child. It was the last I saw of him. His sorry efforts weren't worth the hide they were made from, and now he fancies himself a fashion magnate? Small wonder that Angerbotha attire looks like something even a goblin would be ashamed to wear. The sad state of affairs is that not all customers are so discerning. What's worse, if Angerbotha takes top honors at the exhibition, then their wasteful practices will be vindicated. Slipshod craftsmanship and butchery will become the norm. I will not allow this to happen. Dalcarius, listen carefully, for I mean to give you your most challenging task yet, if not ever. You are to represent the Leatherworkers Guild at the exhibition, and put that charlatan in his place. A raptor skin jerkin of peerless quality, melded with a gatherer's grasp materia of the 3rd grade. This will be your submission. No simple task, but as one who's taken his lumps and paid his dues, I believe that you have it in you. The exhibition is to be held at Mikito's amphitheater. Estain has been charged with accepting submissions. Once your work is complete, deliver it to her with all speed. You got it, boss! I finally get to fuck up Angerbotha. How dare they sully the name of Loki's wife with their cringe bullshit? Alright, so what do we need here? I require a raptor skin jerkin. So I need undyed felt, electrum ingot, and boar leather. Lydian! Boar leather. I know I have some around here. Boar leather. Huh? Undyed felt. Don't know if I have that. Undyed hempen cloth. No, we don't have that. So we need undyed felt and electrum ingots. And then electrum. Oh, there's a lot of things there. Ingot. Woo. There we are. That will suffice. Holy crap, that's going to require a lot. Damn. Oh, that's really bad. Okay. Hey, there it is. Alright, and then I need to meld it with a Gathers Grass Materia 3. So I need to summon Ithamare. Do we have Gathers? No, I don't have any of that. Let's see if we can find some. Gatherer's Grasp Materia 3. I'll take those 4. Thank you. A 100% chance to succeed. There we go. We got it, baby. Let's go turn this puppy in. That was easy. Estain, I'm here to turn in. What's that you say? You wish to submit one of your works for the exhibition? Then pray hand it over without delay. The judging is about to commence. Consider yourself fortunate. Had you come a bell later, the contest would have already been over. I must say I'm relieved. There are far fewer entrants in this year's exhibition compared to past ones. And when I heard that the Leatherworkers Guild would not be participating, then you'll be happy to hear that our plans have changed. Guildmaster Gava, do tell me that you've decided to compete after all. Oop. No. No, this guy's gonna compete for me. What an unexpected turn of events. But I must hurry, the exhibition is about to begin. Hey, it's Mom! And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been waiting for. The judging for best leather apparel will now commence. That is an outfit. Oh, it's the head of various, groups. It would seem that an unprecedented number of last-minute withdrawals have left us with precious few candidates worthy of top honors. Nevertheless, we will proceed as planned. It's literally just all the guildmasters. Our next finalist is this lovely raptor skin jerkin, painstakingly crafted by an artisan of Angobotha apparel and accoutrements. Judges, if you would. Come on, botanist guildmaster. The cut is rugged, yet serviceable. Come on, you're my lancer, bro. It would seem that numerous skins were layered to afford maximum protection. Function over form. A lancer cannot help but applaud such craftsmanship. The tanning work is clumsy, but the sturdiness of the piece cannot be denied. In times of war, speed and practicality are virtues. I would say that it is worthy of consideration. As wasteful as ever, I see. How many raptors did you butcher to create that misshapen mess? Ah, Gava, fancy meeting you here. Stand back and watch as that misshapen mess is named best in show. Our next and final piece is the last-minute entry from the Leatherworkers Guild. Birch! Shiny. It's like glowing radiant. You look pale, Dowd. What's the matter? I take it you weren't expecting actual competition. Why, this is positively stunning. One can almost feel the raptor's very life force exuding from this jerkin. Not a single seam out of place, and not a single cut of the hide wasted. This piece was clearly crafted with a profound respect for the beast whose life was taken to create it. It offers superior protection to the Angobotha piece, while at the same time allowing for greater freedom of movement. This jerkin would be a proud addition to any archer's armory chest. In my line of work, I've seen many an adventurer come and go. Rare is the one who possesses the aptitude and diligence demonstrated by the creator of this piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it would appear that we have a consensus. By unanimous vote, the award for Best Leather Apparel goes to Dalcarius of the Leatherworkers Guild for his exquisite raptor skin jerkin. Dowd of Angerbotha Apparel, I presume. We are investigating numerous accusations of harassment, extortion, counterfeiting, and poaching. If you would be so kind as to come with us so that we might discuss these allegations in private. Ah, gotcha, bitch! Yeah, get fucked. Well, Dalcarius, it seems our work here is done. Let us return to the guild. Yes, boss? I must confess, Dalcarius, until I saw your jerkin with my own eyes, I was not entirely convinced you had it in you. But you did. From this day forth, I am proud to call you not apprentice, but peer. As for me, I can finally return to my own work free of headaches and distractions. Though, as luck would have it, we have a veritable legion of erstwhile Angerbotha defectors knocking at our door looking to rejoin our ranks. They think their false tears and trite words of remorse will earn them my pity? Ha! I'll send them straight on their way and lop a square off their hindquarters for good measure. Or so once I might have done. But who among us has not erred? Even I have been known to make mistakes, albeit rarely. And so I will give these turncloaks a second chance. But mark my words, any who so much as thinks of crossing me again can look forward to a new life as a subligar. The life of a guildmaster is fraught with frustration, yet I would gladly deal with 1,000 hapless apprentices for even the slimmest hope of seeing one flourish, as you have. With your triumph at the exhibition, your goods are sure to be in demand across Eorzea, but you must never forget how you achieved your success. Unflagging dedication to your craft and a deep respect for the lives you must take to perform it. Remember always the values of Finyil, and I have no doubt you will do us proud wherever you go. Thanks, Mom. We did it! This concludes the Leatherworker quest for Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. In order to take the next series of quests, you must first finish Before the Dawn. Alright, a new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. We have finished the Leatherworker storyline. How about that, chat? Alright, let's go check if any of these, what are these called? Fates are open. Mordona, East Shroud, and Southern. Okay, let's go to Mordona first. Let's see if any of these three are up. Hooray! Black and Naburu, V for Vendetta. That's what adventurers are for. That is not what we need. No. Alright, next up is East Shroud. Oh goodness. Stopping the spread. Got Milk Root. Wrench in the works. Below his station. Breaking Dawn. No, we need everything's better, which is none of these. Okay. Last then, Southern Thanaland for Return to Cinder. What do you think of the Leatherwork storyline? I loved it. I thought Leatherwork was really fun. I enjoyed the storyline for it. Like the boss lady is really enjoyable, or Gava is a really fun boss. He's a fire starter. Here's the second. Downwind. None of the ones we want to run. Okay, well, it'd be that way sometimes. Okay, so what we now need to do is we need to go back to Gridania, because I need to go to my guild so I can just give them a bunch of items that I don't want anymore. Because they let me trade in items in exchange for goodies. So we're gonna go pop over here. What is Judgment Bolt and Lightning? Oh. Well, if it isn't the Slayer of Ramu, come to see me in the flesh. How fortunate that you would happen by. I was, in fact, on the verge of sending a runner to track you down. We've had some troubling news from the Sils of Little Solace. It appears that the Lord of Levin walks the Twelves Wood yet again. From what I understand of the Elder Seedseer's explanation, your last encounter with the Primal was a relatively peaceful affair. It was a battle, aye, but one from which Ramu did not begrudge your victory. Why, then, has he returned to the forest? 'Tis you, Lieutenant Adracia, whom fate has chosen to uncover the answer to that question. It seems that Frishio, the Sylph Elder, will discuss the matter with you personally. Speak first with Deletia in Little Solace, she will announce your arrival to their leader. Ah, and I would also consider it a favor if you could pass along aught you learned to the Scions. As I understand it, Archon Urianje is a keen scholar in the field of all matters primal. Please make your final report to him. Alright, so that'll give us our extreme mode. Alright, those are weekly, so we can grab that. Who do I sell stuff to? I'm the quartermaster. It's my duty to provide those free companies who have pledged their service. Purchase varied equipment. Oh, I'm not dealing with free companies yet. Okay, this gives you serpent gear. You can get all sorts of goodies from them. Officer of Arms. Allied Seals? Does anyone remember who I talked to for this? Wait, Sanction? What? Chief Serpent Searcher above. What is Sanction? Oh. It lets you give buffs. Oh, that's kind of cool. What? Let's see. Am I crazy? Didn't they say there's somebody you could sell things to? In the barracks? Oh, here it is. Wait. Ah, here it is. Expert delivery. That's what it is. It's expert delivery. But this just gives me seals. I don't really need seals. I think I'd rather just sell my stuff to a merchant, because I'd rather have money. Okay, but we know where it is now, so that's good. Alright. Let's go concoct a random merchant over here, and I'm just going to sell a whole bunch of shit. Hello, florist. I'm here to sell you random garbage that you probably don't want, but you're gonna take from me anyway. This lady's probably like, I just sell flowers. Why are you giving me these things? Some of these... Eh. I'm not at the part of my career where I'm like, oh, I should hang on to this because I might like it later. I'm not there yet. Maybe one day, but that's not where we are right now. In the Lore Master of Sotek experience, so to speak. Okay, is that everything? That's everything in my normal inventory. I need my armory inventory now. Ooh, Ifrit's Blade. That's kind of cool. I'll hang on to that one. That one looks cool. Lightning brand. Eh. Much better. Alright, that cleared out a whole bunch of space. How do I have both of these equipped? I shouldn't. I only need this one. I don't need that one. I don't need that. I don't need that. We'll hang on to the augmented ironwork spear, though I'm probably not going to use it, but we'll hang on to it anyway. Okay. And then I don't need all these hats. I'll hang on to the occasional one that looks kind of cool. Man, I did not realize how overloaded my inventory had become. Oops. I shouldn't have done that. Bring those back. Nope, not that. Ah. Whatever. Just hang on to both of those. I've heard the Arum items tend to look nice. So I'm generally saving those. Okay. That cleared out a shitload of our inventory. Now we can run over to the glamour dresser and we can throw everything that we're not going to be using actively in there. Really gut out our inventory. I feel like I did not clear out my gloves inventory as well as I thought I did. But it's fine. Okay. So now I need to summon my crafting girl, Lydian. Dear sweet Lydian. Alright, so you're gonna take from me any crafting materials that I don't... So like the moth pupa we're gonna keep because we need that for certain quests. You will take pretty much everything else. Okay. Alright. Oh, here, take this die as well. It's a mare! Take these trading cards in the meantime. As well as this materia. Good lad. Alright. That's more like it. Lord question, the Empire fell due to chaos or other forces of the dwarves taking human refugees. Some would, some wouldn't. Quite a few of the dwarf holds. If things got bad enough that the Empire was falling, to be honest, no, they probably wouldn't. They would seal the holds. They would seal them up and hope that whatever bad shit was happening would blow over, which unfortunately would mean that they would not help. Which is horrible, but that's just them being practical from their perspective. If something's so bad that the Empire can't deal with it, they would seal the hold and they would not let anyone in. Your semi-blind progress run went poorly. What do you mean semi-blind progress run? Oh, return to Cinders up. Oh, it's only up for a minute. I gotta hurry. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh god, hopefully it's really, really short. Please be a boss, please be a boss. Oh, we were close. No, that sucks. I hate that. Damn, that really sucks. I should have checked earlier. Everything's better in Key Shroud. What a bore. Nope, doesn't have what we need, and so last thing we'll check is more Dona. Ah, that really sucks. If I had had just like 15 to 30 more seconds, we would have had it. When's my Koresh tinfoil coming? Oh, another notch on the torch. Isn't it the one I need? It is. Okay, well at least we'll get one of them. I don't think, well, I have a tinfoil hat theory coming out that's relates to Koresh, but I wouldn't call it like a Koresh video. I mean, I'll definitely do a Koresh video at some point, but that's not what that video is about, so to speak. Oh, this one's just another boss fight. Yeah. Get rid of the ads. There you go. Alright, guys. I think that is me done for today, because I do feel the beginnings of exhaustion beginning to weigh on me. Actually, hold up one hot sec. I just remembered something. Hawk Manor. Okay, actually, let's go. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go knock out this one real quick, because this one unlocks this dungeon. I want to make sure I have this dungeon unlocked, because I'll have to do it next time I stream. Yeah, we got a lot done. We finished the Realm Reborn storyline for Leatherworkers Guild, which is awesome. So that's our second career that's done for Realm Reborn. We also got another book done, so we're over halfway done with our Trials of the Brave. That is a big fucking set of those things. And we also finished 2.3, so pretty good day all around. There we go. Hawkmen are hard, now accessible. Hell yeah. Alright, and I'll do one last check over here before I log off. Just see if that fate spawned at the last second. Because those waiting for those fates is the most, like, bleh thing. Nope. Okay. Alright, I'll teleport to Mordona, and... Actually, no, I can just stop here, because this counts as a town. Alright. Thank you all for watching. I hope you had a fun time. We got a lot of really good stuff done today. I'm actually quite pleased. So... The Ehcatl are also really, really close to being done, which is really nice. And, yeah, things are kicking off. We're very close to Heavensward. We are very close to Heavensward. Let's see. Anything I need to do here real fast? Oh, you know what? Let's raid Lionheart. We almost never get to raid him back. Because being British, he's always on after me. So, hope you all have a lovely day. Take care. I'll be back with some more Final Fantasy soon, but we also do need to start our next Total War Warhammer campaign at some point in the near future. So, anywho, take care. Hope you all have a lovely night, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh.